All right, so I see council members Dunbar and Spitzley have joined the meeting, so I'm going to go ahead and call us to order at 5:01 and ask that, Sherry, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Spatafor.
Yes.
Councilmember Hussein.
Present, participating from Lansing, Michigan.
Sherry, present from Lansing, Michigan. My apologies. I was elsewhere.
That's okay. I missed it also, being that we just got out of another 2-hour meeting.
Yeah,
Councilmember Spitzley.
present virtually from Lansing, Michigan.
Councilmember Wood.
Present and participating virtually from Lansing, Michigan.
Councilmember Betts.
Present, participating virtually from Lansing, Michigan.
Councilmember Garza.
I'm here and I'm participating virtually from Lansing, Michigan.
Member Jackson.
Present, participating virtually from the Lansing, Michigan.
Councilmember Dunbar.
Present, participating virtually from Lansing, Michigan.
8 members present. You have a quorum of council.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Vice President, we need a motion on the minutes.
Sure. President Spatafor, I'd move the November 30th meeting minutes as written.
Thank you. Are there any questions about the minutes? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Hussein.
Yes.
Councilmember Spitzley.
Yes.
Councilmember Wood.
Yes.
Councilmember Betts.
Yes.
Councilmember Garza.
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson.
Yes.
Councilmember Dunbar.
Yes.
Councilmember Spatafor.
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you. Next up, we have public comment on agenda items. As usual, you'll have 3 minutes to speak on any of the agenda items this evening, and you need to raise your hand to do that. It's Alt-Y on a PC, Option-Y on a Mac, *9 on your phone if you're dialing in, and then there's a raise your hand button under the participants menu if you're calling in from an iPad or something similar. So we will do that, and the list will close after the first speaker concludes. So our first speaker is identified here as Lisa and Jack, and then our second speaker will be Sue O'Newfer. So Lisa and Jack, you are now able to speak.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Lisa Phillips, and I retired from the Lansing Police Department after 25 years of service to the city of Lansing. I would like to speak to the Committee of the Whole regarding the legal opinion Mayor Shore obtained. First, it should be noted that the law firm who rendered the opinion is not on the list of approved law firms. That aside, in the legal opinion, the attorney clearly recommended the issue of retiree health care should be dealt with during open contract negotiations. I find it peculiar that Mayor Shore has been negotiating contracts with the unions, knowing full well that he was going to strip the retirees of the promises made after the contracts were settled. I held the position of union president for the police supervisors. I worked diligently to maintain retiree health care when negotiating our contracts through a give and take process, which included the mayor, city budget personnel, and the labor attorneys. I also worked with the same team to help the city in a time of need to transition to the self-funded health care, as well as assisting with the process of retirees transitioning to Medicare at the age of 65 with a comparable gap insurance, ensuring that they would maintain the same level of benefits while saving the city money. This was accomplished with a level of trust and transparency, something that is lacking with the current mayor. We didn't always see eye to eye, but in the end, we came to an agreement that was a win-win for everyone. The question now is, what happened to those savings? The residents of Lansing and the retirees deserve transparency to the following questions. How much did the consulting firm use to try to destroy current retiree health care cost the city? and/or what is their kickback? How much did this law firm's opinion regarding retiree health care cost the city? Exactly where did Mayor Shore spend almost all of the rainy day fund that when I left the city was very solid? And lastly, how much did the added positions in the upper echelon of city government cost the taxpayers annually? I thank you for your time and for the opportunity to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. That closes out the list of folks who will be doing public speaking this evening. Now, sorry, we have many people who are going to speak. You can no longer sign up for public participation. So our next one will be Sue Neufer is how they're identified on the call, and then followed by Tom Wendt.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Sue Onifer.
Sorry.
I am the widow of Ron Onifer, who worked for the city for 20 years. Most of that time spent as policy research analyst for the Lansing City Council. My comments will be short. I live out of state. It's difficult for me to keep up, but finding out that this mayor went behind everybody's back is to me a despicable act, especially since we're retirees on pensions. A lot of these changes are going to hurt us. We don't have the money in many cases to go with 1,500 out of pocket. How could he violate city contracts? And why did he keep it undercover for so long? I'm really disappointed. Again, like I said, I find it really reprehensible, especially since he apparently ran on a promise of not to try to balance the budget on the back of retirees. I want to thank the council. I want to thank Carol Wood for her time and effort in bringing this to the forefront. I hope we can have a positive resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Honifer. Tom Wendt, followed by Colleen Baldwin.
Okay, this is Tom Wendt. I worked approximately 20 years for the city until June of 2015. I worked in the finance department as first as a senior accountant and then as a budget analyst. And my first comment relates to the hardship program that has been mentioned in relation to these healthcare changes. And what is referenced there along the description of the hardship program is federal FPL, federal poverty level numbers, which I believe is income. But when I tried to look up what is the federal poverty level income definition, there were many definitions based on which particular federal program was doing the definition. So that's a question I have. Is there any information available at this point on the hardship program? And another point I'd like to address is there was a Mencken Vance, I think that's the name of the consultant. Yeah, something like that, Mencken Vance. They had prepared a memo which said there would be approximately $8 million in savings from the proposed changes. And they identified in that memo that there would be approximately $1.9 million in savings from changes to the pre-Medicare retirees and approximately $5.5 million in savings from changes to the Medicare retirees. Now, if you take those numbers and divide by the total number of employees in each category, or retirees in each category, as referenced in that memo, the city hopes to save $2,900 in changes to the pre-Medicare retirees But this program would allow the city to save almost $4,100, well, excuse me, $4,014 per employee for Medicare covered employees. That's a difference of $1,093, almost $1,100. So the city hopes to save $1,000 more per employee on the older retirees, according to the numbers I've seen. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time. Next up is Colleen Baldwin, followed by Carol Seaman.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Colleen, thank you.
Okay, my name is Colleen Baldwin, and I would like to really thank council for having our backs on this. He's pretty sneaky, seems to me. And I've put in over 28 years with the city. Unfortunately, 13 were seasonal, so it didn't count toward my retirement. By the time I was able to retire, I was pretty disabled. So I kind of had to go back in 2014 when they had the, where if we left by October 1st of 2014, we would have insurance for the rest of our life, is what the contract was. So 3 of us janitors left because we were getting quite old and couldn't do that physical job anymore. What I would like to know is what has happened to all the money that the city did not replace people in those jobs. I know everything was contracted out, which saves money, saves liability, but I just don't understand it. There's no way I could ever live on my pension at $1,400 a month if I have to put out $4,000 to $5,000 a month for insurance. I would definitely have to go live with one of my children, and I would not want to have to do that. I loved working for the city all my life. I have to say, it was a great place to work back in the 70s and 80s. Met a lot of friends, and I'm sorry it's going to end this way for so many retirees. And again, I would like to thank you all for all your support. Where's the mayor at? I guess I'm done.
Thank you for your time this evening. Next, we have Carol Seaman, followed by Stan Shuck.
I'm here tonight actually to speak to an agenda item on advanced peace presentation. I'm sorry, I have a difficult time seeing the screen and knowing where I am in the queue. Is this an appropriate time for me to speak?
Are you part of the formal presentation, Madam Prosecutor, or are you just offering public comment?
That's a really good question. I think that County Commissioner Darrell Slaughter, someone in the Health Department, and myself will be making comments before the formal presentation. So this may be in an appropriate time.
This would be the appropriate time if you want to do just public comment. We're certainly welcome to you to the table with the group of folks presenting, if that's what you want to. I know that you're involved with this
President Spatafor, I would ask if the prosecutor could be with that group.
Sure, that's perfectly fine. So Ms. Seaman, we'll put you in during the formal presentation.
Thank you. That sounds very appropriate.
Thank you. Next up is Stan Shuck, followed by Lucy Rubley. And I'm sorry if I get any of these names wrong. I'm just reading what's on the list if your computer says something different. But Stan Shuck, you're up. Mr. Shuck?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Hit the unmute button. Sorry about that. Worked for the city 34 years and didn't really want to leave. Enjoyed my job, enjoyed working for the taxpayers, enjoyed giving them the best service for their dollar. And the city came to us and said, you know, look, if you leave by October 1st, this is what you'll get until you reach the age of Medicaid or Medicare or whatever. And if you don't have enough time, you can cash in your 401k and we'll take that. And you can buy the time. Cost me 10 grand for 40 days. 10 grand for 40 days. And now here we are. And, you know, you start talking about this kind of money out of what we're left. And like the gentleman said, you know, we're neck deep in the poverty level at that point. Some of us are just getting Social Security for the first time in our lives. You've made that null and void. That money is null and void now. We paid our entire lives for that. Not to mention we paid our entire lives for the insurance. You know, that was something we contributed to. My big question tonight, though, is the note I got said that the mayor's actions were illegal. If he did something that was illegal, what are the consequences? What are the consequences for that crime for an elected official? I'd like to look Andy in the face and ask him that, but Lord knows he won't show his face in public around any retirees, and rightfully so. But what are the consequences for his crime? And so if it was found illegal and null and void, and you already got rid of the other vendors, where does that leave everybody come January 1st? Are we uninsured? Is that a liability you're going to take? Do we need to all sue the mayor individually for duress, for mental anguish? That's harm. He's not protected by governmental immunity as long as he steps outside the law, only within the law. So if he did something illegal, he's no longer protected. Duress is a very serious thing. There are people killing themselves all over the country. We've got enough duress on our backs right now. And I think there's going to be lawsuits coming if that's what it takes. But I would like to know, are we going to be covered come January 1st if the other vendors have already been let go? How's this going to pan out? Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Next up, we have Lucy Rubley, followed by Mark Parker.
Hello, I know my voice is low. This is actually Doug Rubley on my wife's Facebook. Thank you.
Hi, Doug.
Thank you. I would like to comment briefly on the opinion that you got tonight. It seems fairly clear as you go through the opinion. My clock hasn't started, in case you know. But
oh, Sherry, thank you, sir.
You can leave it.
Yeah.
But anyway, we're in a situation where first should thank you for letting me speak. Doug Rubley, the city of Lansing, 30 years, finance director under 4 mayors. The legal opinion certainly seems to support the retirees. It's been well known and well spoken out that you have to have a contractual obligation, and a contract ends, you don't get health care. However, in this opinion, they even speak to the end of it, negotiate out all your references to prior retirees. Now, I did labor negotiations as the finance director for 10 years, and we always left the language in because we wanted it clear cut. This still prevails. So it's still within the body of the contract. So it hasn't ended, and you cannot unilaterally do that. And I think the opinion of Mr. Clark definitely expresses that. And so I think it's in fact favorable to us. That's why we left it in there. And that's why it's always been in there. Now, the city council's got an option tonight from Vance showing you saving 10 million. Have you seen the other options? There were options given to the mayor in April where you could have saved $3 million and left all retiree benefits the same. Why did we have to take a big chunk out? Why didn't we do this the correct way? The retirement board is supposed to set actuarially how we pre-fund healthcare. We have not done that. And we are now currently in a situation where the pension obligation is amortized over 27 years. Why don't we let the retirement board and our own system work and work with the unions and with the city, set up a proper amortization. Don't harm the retirees so much right now. You don't have to eat the whole apple, spread it out a little bit, but make a definitive plan. We need to do that. I mean, we definitely need to do that. I mean, you could cut with the $3 million cut your unfunded liability by 17% immediately. The consultant already said that. So we need to set a reasonable standard. I don't know why we went to outside city council, or excuse me, outside legal firm. We've known since April we've wanted to do this. And when I looked at the May council resolution of 2020, I didn't see this firm on there. Maybe you did amend it later. I'm not sure. But my recommendation, go the retirement board route, set it up systematically, have a game plan. Don't just shoot from the gosh darn hip with no plan in place. I look at the city council and I've heard you speak. I have great respect for you. So I'm hoping you will help assist and do the right thing respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubley. Next speaker is Mark Parker, followed by Susan Rouse.
Hello, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to thank you for letting the retirees see the outsourced legal opinion that was given to the city attorney on October 28th, 47 days ago. Without an alert and responsible city council, the Lansing community would have little ability to understand city affairs or voice their opinion on city affairs. The mayor's need for secrecy surrounding the healthcare cuts to all City of Lansing former employees has been absolute from the beginning. The need for secrecy in municipal politics is synonymous with corruption. And corruption at a municipality means the theft of taxpayer money. This is a retiree issue, but this is also a taxpayer issue. I was bargaining a contract which included retiree health care provisions that we haggled over last fall. But Shelby Freyer, the chief strategy officer, was often not present at those negotiations. Later, I learned that she was too busy hiring a healthcare firm by the name of Monquin Vance to violate the very contract that she was bargaining with me. Brian Leffler, the financial health team co-chair at that time, was intimately involved in her hiring, and in fact publicly thanked the city for helping him write up the qualifications for that CSO position. 2 weeks after his public statement to council.
Please continue, sir.
Okay. 2 weeks later, he hired Shelby Freyer for that position. Just because Mayor Shore wants to help out his friend and neighbor and closest advisor, Brian Leffler, does not mean that Lansing taxpayers need to help him. He is locally famous in East Lansing, Mr. Leffler is, for getting paid $90,000 in taxpayer money by being a contracted municipal advisor to the city of East Lansing and being a contracted advisor to the developer in the real estate deal in East Lansing. Needless to say, when the fees read taxpayer money were getting paid to the developer, he informed the city that he wasn't actually working for them that particular meeting. And so he departed with a cool $90,000 in cash. The only way that mayors can get away with giving their buddies, okay, well, I was going to say a couple other things, but the Lansing community does not tolerate kickbacks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Next speaker is Susan Rouse, followed by someone identifying as Tim.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Susan Rouse from Lansing Police Department. I retired after 25 years of service. I want to thank the council for forcing the mayor to reveal this outsourced legal opinion publicly here tonight. The legal opinion was sought improperly when the mayor recklessly failed to use any of the city's approved legal firms. Getting this opinion in the manner he did was an inappropriate use of taxpayer dollars. It was done in the cloak of secrecy and then kept hidden when it did not return in his favor. The need for secrecy in these actions is corrupt. When the opinion was returned on October 28th, 47 days ago, this opinion did not return in favor for the mayor. The legal opinion clearly states the mayor will actively be breaching union contracts if they affect healthcare changes before the contracts expire. The mayor campaigned on transparency and not balancing city financial woes on the backs of our retirees. Again, these were just outright lies painted by the mayor to garner votes. You have had this improperly gained opinion for 47 days, Mayor. Is this your version of transparency? Transparency was not part of your actions on December 7th when the mayor planned to bury this legal opinion so deep that not even a FOIA request would reveal it to the public. Bypassing the administrative staff, bypassing the city council, bypassing the unions, bypassing the very public which elected you, bypassing all of your stakeholders in decision-making is not transparency. Mayor, your actions will breach these contracts. This is tyrannical behavior, unethical, unlawful, and you are utilizing taxpayer money to continue your corrupt leadership. The city of Lansing deserves better leadership and decision-making than what you have provided. It is so obvious of a violation that one is forced to ask, Mayor, what do you personally stand to gain from this? Your relationship with Brian Loeffler is in serious question, as Mark Parker began to mention. Mr. Loeffler is known as a municipal advisor in Lansing, in East Lansing. He is known for receiving large sums of taxpayer money, commissions. Well, he worked both as a contracted municipal advisor for the city of Lansing and concurrently worked as a contracted advisor for a real estate developer at the same time on the same deal. This is information provided by a reporter there, Alice Drager. For most people, this would demonstrate a serious conflict of interest. Now, Loeffler is working with Andy Shore, and the mayor is trying to help out his friend, neighbor, and advisor, Brian Loeffler, by providing taxpayer dollars to him. Many other reputable law firms would not work based on a commission and would consider that a kickback. I would like to request a complete disclosure of the city's financial relationship between Mayor Shore and Brian Loeffler and all the fees or commissions paid or to be paid to Brian Loeffler and his interest or holding relating to transactions with the city of Lansing.
Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you for your time and letting me speak.
Of course, you have a great evening. Thank you.
Sorry.
Our next speaker is identified as Tim, followed by someone identified as Mary Hemstreet. Tim, you're permitted to speak when you're ready.
I believe that's me, and thank you, President Spatafor and council members, and also Attorney Smirka. I always pronounce his name wrong. Anyway, I think some of you know me personally. I think everything's been said very well by the people that were ahead of me, but I want to add one thing, and I think we can't underscore that enough. The people that are on this call and the people that retired from the city of Lansing have invested interest in the city of Lansing. They love the city of Lansing. Had this been open and worked out with the unions and some retirees maybe in the open, I think you'd have a different thing going on here today, but it wasn't done in the open, and that's the problem. Government shouldn't operate in behind closed doors or anything like that. That's all I have to say. And again, I want to thank Carol Wood also, who went out of her way to point some of the things out in one of the other meetings. And thank you to all the members for listening to us tonight. And that's all I have to say, President Spatafor.
Tim, thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Our next speaker is identified as Mary Hemstreet, followed by someone identified as Paul Colgrove. Mary Hemstreet, you're up.
Thank you very much. I'm not as well spoken as the other speakers, and I don't have all the gritty details that they've brought to light, but I certainly appreciate their work in doing so. First off, I would like to thank Carol Wood. I know this has been an emotional time for her, and I appreciate her willingness to lay it all out on the line like she has. I can't thank her enough for bringing this all to light, and I appreciate the work that the council has done so far in keeping this in the open and not allowing it to stay undercover or under a pile of dirt, so to speak. I would just like to ask Mayor Shore to please do the right thing before it's too late and actually seriously damages lives. The potential is there for our older retirees who are living on a very, very fixed income with no flexibility. There are surviving spouses who never worked in the workforce and therefore have minimal Social Security, if any at all. This is going to totally bankrupt them. I know I'm not over speaking when I say that. It sounds emotional, but it is not. When you're taking people's lives in your hand, you need to be more responsible than Andy Shore is capable of being. He is short-sighted and a liar. There is no way around it. I would also like to understand why he had to do everything behind everyone's backs. If it was legal and ethical, he should have been proud of what he was doing and helping the city of Lansing. But to date, I have seen him do nothing that he should be proud of single-handedly, other than pulling the rug out from under all of us retirees, which is despicable. The other thing that I wanted to say is to the council themselves, yourselves, if there's any way possible that you can put something in writing, the city charter, some other document, so no other mayor can do this to anyone else. No one else should go through that's misspoken. No one else should go through what the wealth of retirees have gone through with the anguish and the worry and the fear of what's in our future for us and how we can budget our money as best we can with this and not knowing answers. So thank you very much for your time. Again, Carol and the rest of the council, I appreciate your time and your effort. I know this has been long drawn out. I hope it's nowhere near dead. It needs to be kept alive and functioning. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is identified as Paul Colgrove, followed by someone identified as Debbie Balin.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Colgrove.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Sam Colgrove. I worked for LFD for 25 years and 29 days. And actually, I'm going to change a little bit what I've said. I'm getting worried that you aren't getting a connected picture. You heard Lisa and Susan from LPD talk about our concerns about secrecy and how Shore has gone out here. He's gotten his little cabal, his tight group in City Hall that doesn't let you guys into it. If it hadn't been for Carol Wood bringing this almost illegally gotten letter forward, it would have been buried in the worst tradition of city government. And I think you have to look at what Mark says. This is now starting to get the heavy taint of money circling around that little
Mr. Colgrove, you're
cabal. You hire me. I don't know anything. Nobody needs to get hurt. There's a lot of money to go around. The only problem is that's our taxpayer money. In all of these contracts Shore wants to break, I can tell you now, when I retired in Article 15, Section 7, because I was on mediation committees too, it said the city will continue to provide retirees the same insurance as their active employees get. We've always negotiated for that. It is no secret. Doug Rubley talked to you about getting the actuarial studies done. Now we really need to pull all these comments together. You need to take them in total. You get them in 3-minute bursts and you're not making a whole matrix out of this. When Sue Hemstreet talks about what it's going to do to their pension, I'm going to take a 25% hit to my pension for my health care. My wife already has a drug, which if we can get Humana to answer a question, because they say, what's your policy number? It's this. Oh, we can't answer that question. Why not? Your policy's not in effect. Great. But we do find out it's going to cost her $900 a year. All these things that we go down there. We negotiated for these. If you're going to save this healthcare money from us, it can't go to bureaucratic positions in City Hall. It's got to go to the legacy, but it's not. And that's the other part that makes this whole thing stink. He's going into a pot of money he can get from people that are outside their union protection. He's going to steal that with the help of people in the dark, and then he's not going to pay anything down. When you listen to Mark and Doug Rubley talk about how this should have been handled, and Lisa Phillips and Susan Roush, and what's going to happen with Mary M Street, you better tie that together. You see them as loose fragments. They're not fragments. They're part of a huge problem that Andy Shore has only made worse. Who's going to want to negotiate with him? Thank you very much for your time and your service.
Thank you, Mr. Colville, very much. Next up is someone identified as Debbie Balin, followed by someone whose name is Amy Kay.
I'm Debbie Balin, and my 25 years of service to the city was in the Office of Community Development, Human Relations Department, and Parks and Recreation. And my colleagues and I felt a lot of pride as a City of Lansing employee. I believe we worked very diligently to improve processes and services to ensure the community was a safe, fair, fun place for residents to live and play. And at times we've all spilled blood, sweat, and tears, and our families understood that that was part of the responsibilities we accepted. But we knew the sacrifices made were backed by the security that we contractually negotiated for our retirement, including the level of health care benefits. It appears, however, that our contributions, the value we brought to the city, our attempts to leave a legacy of enhancement, and even the negotiated contracts have all been forgotten, dismissed, and blown to the wind. This healthcare change process has been riddled with the lack of campaign promise transparency or input from council, unions, or the retirees, lack of legal advisement prior to consultants being hired, decisions made and announced, and the failure of the administration to ensure that every retiree has complete information on the changed plans, informational webinars, and answers to the many questions raised. This contrived dismissiveness and confusion is a disheartening representation of the organization that I once proudly served. I am most astonished that the mayor is absent of any comments or direct interaction about this matter, and that there's a lack of follow through to ensure that the retirees don't have to rely on a Facebook group to figure out what's happening with their health care in a couple of weeks. And I would just like to say to Mr. Mayor, who I don't see present, that any captain can steer the ship in calm waters, but real leaders emerge from navigating the storm. Mayor, not only did you create these waves, you have chosen to reside in the bowels of the ship during this journey. This is reprehensible behavior as a leader of the Lansing community. I appeal to this body that these pending healthcare changes be tabled until a transparent, inclusive review can be conducted with representation of all affected groups, including dialogue of diverse thought about how to address any anticipated shortfall in healthcare funding and the overall city budget. Council, thank you for the time that you've committed, your support, and continuously allowing us to be heard.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is identified as Amy Kay, followed by Chris Morrison.
Good afternoon. This is Amy Kraus. I worked from the city from 1989 to 2015. I started in purchasing and retired as the city treasurer. Thank you for your time, patience, and help through the chaos of this unprecedented healthcare changes being forced upon the retirees. How is it that the mayor and his administration have been working on this for over a year, but only recently backhandedly notified the retirees? A letter from the financial health team to then Mayor-elect Shore in 2017, an RFQP to review the healthcare options in October 2019, a outreach letter to the affected people in 2020, September 2020, and then an outside legal opinion dated October 2020. So much for working in transparency and working with the community. In addition, the administration has ignored or at least paid lip service to this section of each retirement ordinance that speaks to the creation of a post-retirement healthcare fund. This ordinance amendment was put into place in 1998 with the intent to fully pre-fund post-retirement healthcare by 2022. Clearly, the fund is not in any position to assume the healthcare payments at this time. The administration has failed to consult with an actuary to determine a proper schedule to fund this obligation over time. There is a dependency on interest earned and minimal contributions as an attempt to meet the funding commitment. Obviously, the financial leaders are aware of this ordinance section as minimal funds have been set aside each year. I struggle with how an administration can drain the budget stabilization fund in 3 years and in the midst of another financial crisis, not tell the departments to curtail spending. I prepared budgets with reduced spending over multiple years in order to ride out financial crises. I'm concerned about the financial priorities, especially in light of certain raises and staff additions in this administration. Priorities appear to be skewed and the optics are poor, especially as seen by the retirees. Has anyone said how the 8 million in savings will be used? Some of this must go to the healthcare fund as the mayor is balancing the budget on the backs of the retirees. I don't believe that ravaging the retiree healthcare and giving our trusted retirees very little time to research options is a way to resolve this issue. It will take work from all sides to find a solution. Thank you for your time and have a nice night.
Thank you, Amy. Excuse me. Next speaker is identified as Chris Morrison, followed by Paul Wigman. Chris, oops, we lost Chris Morrison. Hold on just a second. Dominic, did we lose Chris? Looks like.
Chris Morrison should be in the meeting now as a panelist. They had an older version.
Oh, older version. Okay. Chris, you're able to. No, we got to turn on your sound here. I tell you what, we're gonna move while we get Chris Morrison figured out. Let's move on to the next speaker, which is Paul Wigman, and then when Chris's audio is addressed, we'll bring that person back in, or we'll call on them.
Yes, I'd like to thank the council for listening. My name is Paul Wigman. I worked 25 years in the police department. I negotiated contracts either as a principal or as an advisor for 13 years. I was president of the FOP for 5 years and the administrative assistant to the Lodge 141 for 6 years, on top of being president for 5. I've negotiated contracts all over the state for the state FOP. And I'd just like to bring attention to the handout that was given to us by the city for the ratification vote of the contract from 1986 to 88. And these were all questions about retirement. First question, what happens to my health insurance when I retire? Now, this is from the city. Blue Cross Blue Shield will be exactly what you currently have as an employee. The city will continue to pay for ward coverage for yourself and your family. This criteria used to determine eligibility for departments are the same as when you were an employee. I'd like to bring up the next thing. What happens when I die? Your beneficiary will need to provide a death certificate to the retirement office and one to the personnel department if you have life insurance. The retirement office will advise your beneficiary of your selection if applicable. This is the important part. When leaving a pension for a police and fire spouse, automatically draws 1/2 of your beneficiary who will remain on your City of Lansing health insurance for the rest of their life. This goes right along with the contract that was done that time, which says all these things, hospitalization will be Blue Cross Blue Shield or its equivalent, a drug rider at a certain price. These things are things that were given to the retiree upon retirement. These things cannot be negotiated for retirees. You cannot, under a CBA, negotiate benefits and conditions of employment for people who are already retired. We did those things. I I do not have 80% of my 2 years. These things were not available when I retired. I don't get those things. This is not right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're gonna try again with Chris Morrison, although it appears your audio is not corrected, Mr. or Ms. Morrison. You might want to dial in with your phone if you can. While we work on that, we're going to move on to someone identified as Christy. Followed by, we'll try again with Chris Morrison, but Sarah, you'll be after Christy if we can't get Chris Morrison working.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Christy Bartholomew, and I'm a duty disabled firefighter. I want to take the time to thank the council for forcing Mayor Shore to publicly reveal his outsourced legal opinion based on the 3-page unsigned document provided to me by the city, dated September 16th, postmarked September 29th, and finally in my hands November 19th. It is clear the healthcare reform proposed by Manquin Vance and forced on us by Mayor Shore were done without any consideration for duty disability retirees. Mark Manquin, founder of Manquin Vance, likes to call these reforms innovative. Since when does innovative mean violating a collective bargaining agreement? Since when does innovative mean violating a city ordinance? And finally, when does innovative mean violating a state law that protects those disabled while on the job? I've been repeatedly told over the years by union presidents, by city and payroll benefits personnel, and the city retirement office in writing that the city ordinance that applies to disability retirees says my healthcare benefits do not change until I convert to regular retirement. Once converted, Michigan law also states the city is responsible for the injury and all associated expenses related to said injury until I die. Mayor Shore is trying to place the financial burden of these injuries back on the disabled. Upon signing my duty disability paperwork, I was told my workers' compensation coverage was ending and that my medical needs going forward would be covered by my city provided and contractually negotiated health insurance. If these violations are allowed to go forward, not only is he violating the ordinance protecting the disabled, he's violating the very contracts we were told repeatedly that we were protected by when we converted from comp to disability. This will leave me no choice other than to seek legal representation because he is also violating Michigan law that protects the disabled from undue financial burden. All of this could have been avoided, but Mayor Shore went behind the backs of the city council and outsourced the legal opinion using an unapproved law firm. I want to know, Mayor Shore, did you run on transparency when you were running for election? If so, who paid for this unapproved opinion? Did you use taxpayer funds for this opinion? Have you been abusing the taxpayers' money? It seems like you have. What else are you hiding? And finally, where's the $15 million missing from the pre-COVID reserve rainy day fund? Mayor Shore must be held accountable for all of this. I want to take the time to thank the council for giving voice to the until now voiceless as it relates to this backroom deal that in the end will cost taxpayers more money than he purports to save. I recommend that the council organize a vote of no confidence or ask Mayor Shore for his resignation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is identified as Sarah, followed by a speaker identified as Eric Eichenberg. Sarah, the floor is yours.
Hi, could Chris speak first? We were in on 2 devices, but apparently the computer isn't working.
Oh, are you Chris? You're with Chris Morrison?
Yep, I'm with him. So if he could go next.
Yep, you'll both go. We'll
Okay.
go Chris, and then you'll have your 3 minutes.
Okay, yeah, let's just say my name's Chris Morrison, disability, retired Lansing Fire. Thank the council for making this a legal opinion regarding healthcare is, well, making it public, basically. I do know that the mayor was trying to do this behind doors, closed doors. Reading the information available, I believe numbers provided by the city are misleading and inaccurate. They do not cost anywhere of what the council care of for duty disability workers compensation costs. We're covered under binding contracts and used our personal medical insurance, paying our own co-pays, etc. Because the city is now trying to burden us, breaking our agreement, we will be forced to file petitions with the city, following state law that the city is responsible for. Sorry, I'm kind of mad about the whole thing here, so I'm the employees' health care related injuries are sustained on the job, including compensation, prescriptions, procedures, related illnesses. This is all what am I trying to say here? It's all part of the state requires that the city pays for our injuries, disabilities, even mental, whatever the price may be. I just agree with what Christie said with the no confidence. Mayor Shore went behind our backs. I think the guy is a total weasel. He is just, he is a weasel. I just can't stand it. He's not responsible. He doesn't care what happens to our elderly. He is actually gonna, with what he's doing, I've been talking to the 80 to 90 group in Florida, Arizona. It's gonna bankrupt them. It's gonna kill them. They can't afford this. There's no way they can afford this. They're getting, $15,000 treatments. So I would like to also just say thank you so much, Carol, for what you've done. I agree with everything that you said back at one of the other council meetings. And, I like I say, I just request the no confidence and I'll call for the mayor to resign.
Thank you.
I real done. Yeah.
Thank you. And then Sherry, please reset the clock for next speaker, Sarah.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. First, I want to say it appears maybe Samantha Harkins is there representing the mayor at this point. I'm not really sure why he was not able to come, but you really shouldn't smirk. We can see your face and that it's really rude. If you're lucky, you're going to reach our age and you might have health problems that need to be addressed too. And you're going to hope that you got insurance for it. Thank you, City Council, for addressing this and making that legal opinion regarding slashing our health care public. He's done everything behind closed doors. Last week, he tried to get you guys to go into a secretive, closed meeting, and breaking the contracts with the city, I believe, warrants a little bit of investigation as to why. Nowhere in the inflated numbers that were provided by the company, Manquin Vance, who was awarded a very speedy contract, 10 days has got to be record in government. Does it show that they took into account not only the disability and the workers' comp costs that the city is responsible for, but there are a few more things that greatly are going to minimize their projected profit, excuse me. Per state of Michigan law, fire and police employees who develop cancer or cardiac issues, that's your heart, even after they retire, it is presumed to be a direct result of their job due to the exposures and stress that they live under. Under the current insurance, the costs and copays are covered at a rate commensurate with the retiree's income because they were protected and had copays that went along with what their wages were at that time. What it does is it basically allows people to not have to decide between getting chemo treatments, open heart, or a heart cath procedure over having heat and food. The city will have the added cost of copays, deductibles, maximums, not to mention the copay on the specialty drugs that are needed to save a life. That's going to go back to the city And that is not just the disabled that retired disabled. These are the people that develop cancer or heart. Nobody's ever had to pursue this before. And the reason they haven't had to pursue it is because they had the coverage that was commensurate with their retirement wage. Nowhere do these costs against the fictitious number that they're claiming will save the city. Legal fees are going to cost the city even more. Violating the union contracts before the expiration date is advised against in Shore's own outsourced opinion. It's going to cost you. So that's something that people have to consider. That's the taxpayer dollars, and he's just getting rid of it. Due to the secrecy the mayor's displayed in awarding this contract, mismanaging the city funds, and wasting taxpayer money, I would suggest to have a no confidence vote. I'd like to see an investigation into the personal connections between Mayor Shore and Ming-Kun Vance. I don't know. You guys have been fantastic. I can't tell you enough how much we appreciate. I know we've kept you guys up late. Your city council meetings have run way longer than you guys ever planned. And we thank you for that. But you're the only way our voices are getting heard. And we can go the legal route. Again, it's just costing the city more, costing the taxpayers more. It didn't have to go this way. And that's what somebody needs to make him see.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Yeah, have a good night.
You as well. Next speaker is identified as Eric Eichenberg, followed by Penny Betcher. Eric, you're up. If you want to unmute yourself. There you are.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that.
No worries.
My name's Eric Eichenberg. I'm a retired police officer with the police department with 25 years of service. And I really want to thank you for taking the time to listen to us. I think that's the biggest, probably, sorry point out of this whole thing is we don't get the ways of being able to communicate or even get information from the city as far as what this healthcare change is going to mean for us in less than a month. With all the different communications, especially for the older retirees not being able to know what's going to be covered and what isn't, it's a pretty poor way to treat the people that sacrifice for your city. And so I think that's something that I want to thank you guys for taking the time to let us voice our opinions on this and let you know how we're feeling on it. First off, I want to talk about some transparency. Mayor Shore talks about when he campaigned about transparency and about how he really believes in it. From working from the police department, that's always told that to us, and we always wanted to rely on transparency from your police department with the citizens of Lansing. I find it kind of ironic that he is total opposite of that. He's doing all these secretive plans as far as taking away the benefits while negotiating contracts, which were supposed to be in good faith, and obviously they weren't. There were several of us that paid out of our pocket, weighing the options to leave early. And when we did that, it was under the assumption, based on the language in the contracts, past practice, that we would be able to keep the health care and the benefits that we were promised when we left. I personally have spent $70,000 to leave 7 months early. Another one of my colleagues spent $156,000. Another one $80,000. Another one $97,000. Another one $64,000, and one other one $150,000. And these are just the ones that I can think of off the top of my head, which total over $600,000 that we paid, thinking that there would be something there that we were promised, and it's not. Most of us gave physically to this city, whether it was the situation as a police officer, having injuries, broken bones, surgeries, and other employees to this city also are the ones that sacrifice too. And now we have to deal with the medical part of that and having to deal with what it costs us personally to take care of ourselves. I just want to thank you for your time, and good night.
Thank you. Have a good evening. The next up speaker is Penny Betcher.
Yes.
Followed by someone who's calling themselves calling user 1, so we'll have to identify them later. Sorry for the interruption. Go ahead, Penny Betcher.
Okay, I want to thank the council for letting me speak. on whether the mayor's secret plan to cut retiree health care is a legal action in view of the secret and nefarious method in which it was conducted. My husband, Mike Betcher, retired as a battalion chief after 25 years with the city. When he died just last week, he thought the contract he retired under would take care of me. Now, I find it very scary looking into the future. How can the mayor arbitrarily break a legally negotiated contract? Thank you.
Thank you for your time. The next speaker is identified as call-in user 1. Call-in user 1, if you could please unmute yourself. It looks like you have, so.
Hi, my name is Carol. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm Carol Walton. I retired from the city after 26 and a half years of service. I worked for Human Resources for 7 years, Human Relations and Community Services for 17 years, and then I wrote the rest of my time out at the police department in the detective bureau and working as the administrative assistant to the captain. I don't understand if the city council has power to stop Mayor Shore from doing this with a cease and desist under some ordinance or charter, knowing that what he is doing is illegal. I don't understand how he can go ahead and do this without giving us information. I was a Teamster, and I was a Teamster 580 steward. So there's not just police and fire involved here. You have UAW, you have Teamsters, you have Teamsters 214s, and we all put into this fund. If he's going to do this after we sacrificed, and I was part of the negotiation teams for the Teamsters, so I know the language in there provided for us to have a lifetime health care. That's why I decided to leave the city. I started at the city when I was 17. I'm only 52 years old, and I had 26 and a half years of service in. I have a 20-year-old son. What happens to him if they mess with our insurance? I have to cover him until he's 26. We're talking about the older people, but there are some of us in here who put our 25 or plus years in who don't even really know what's going on. I haven't received anything. I don't know what's going on. Or you call Humana and they don't know what to tell you. I don't know if my child's going to be covered, which by law I have to cover him. I don't know what's going on. This thing where these mayors are coming in and stealing our money and doing things without transparency has got to stop. I talked about doing the actuaries and things back when I spoke to you back in October. It seems like nothing is going anywhere. I'm ready to sue. I'm just done with it. But I just want to know what's council's power, because I know you guys are behind us, and I really appreciate that. And especially Carol Wood. She's always been for the employees, and I really, really appreciate that. Where is the $15 million that the mayor lost? What's going on with the rainy day fund? Why are we not talking about that? I want to know where that money is. What happens to that money? And what legal action can the city council do to stop this? This has to be investigated, and this man has to be stopped, because we don't know what's going on and people are losing their health care. But I really want to thank you guys for listening to us and giving us time to speak to you about this. And I thank you, Carol, for everything you do.
Thank you. Next up is someone identified as Marie Rosicki, and then someone named Sue.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you, Marie.
Hi, my name is Marie Rosicki. I am retired from the fire department. I had 18 years in before I went off on a duty disability. I was burn injured in a house fire. However, I'm talking here about the regular health care. We were told that when we retired, our regular insurance, we didn't have to rely on the disability insurance. We could use our own insurance because it was as good as the other. However, we're going to have to go back and use the workers' comp insurance because this insurance has totally been gutted. It is in our contract that when we retire and go on retirement, that we have the same insurance as that year's contract that we retired under. So whenever we went on disability, that was our insurance, and it's been that way. No mayor has ever gutted our health insurance. I'm kind of like Chris. It's unimaginable that anyone would even consider doing such a thing. They respected our employees. They knew what we did for the city, we were proud to serve. We gave our lives almost. We put our people on the line, all the other city employees. I worked a little bit for parks as seasonal, but so I also respect all the other employees. We just don't have any clue as to why someone would do this in the middle of a pandemic when you need health insurance. That makes no sense. And then the money wise, apparently 15 million is unaccounted for. What is a rainy day fund for if not a rainy day, a pandemic? And then you hear that they're giving themselves raises and hiring people. That says there's money available. And the other point that I want to make is we did give up raises in negotiations to fund our healthcare, to fund our retiree healthcare and our current healthcare. That money, is that just disappeared? What happened to that? And the legal opinion that was provided does state that it would violate contracts. So I guess that's all I have to say right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, City Council, for having our backs.
Thank you. Next speaker is identified as Sue, followed by someone whose phone number ends in the last three numbers of 181. Sue, you're up.
Hi, I want to thank the City Council for making it possible to speak on the mayor's secretly designed plan to cut retired health care and its legal action. My name is Sue Dyer, and I'm the widow of John Dyer, who worked for LFD for almost 25 years before he passed away unexpectedly after working a 24-hour shift at the fire department. I know some of these things are going to be redundant, but I want some answers from the mayor himself, how it's possible for him to blame retirees for all the city's liabilities after somehow losing $15 million out of the rainy day fund in his first 2 years in office. If you watch him during these meetings, you can tell by his body language that he knows he is guilty of doing something underhandedly, and not seeing him here tonight, it's there again that he's just too afraid and he knows he's doing something wrong. It's just really ridiculous that he can't even talk to us or show his face or whatever. I'm not the best at grasping the legal jargon, but after viewing a letter from an outside source that Mayor Shore asked for their legal opinion, that they are agreeing with the retirees that a change like this should not happen until contract negotiations. The mayor has been trying to be sneaky and go behind the council and unions back to hurt the retirees. I have no confidence in the mayor, and he needs to resign ASAP, and this change he wants to make for the retirees' health care should be stopped as soon as possible. I want to thank the City Council, I want to thank Carol, and I want to thank Pat Spitzley, because she was at the rally at the beginning, and she was a very nice person. She talked to us, but thank you, Carol Wood and Patricia, especially since I've seen your faces and you guys have been speaking out the most. But to the whole City Council, I hope you are listening to us and you'll find answers, as soon as possible. I mean, we keep on talking to you guys, but we're not getting any answers from the scared mayor, and you guys, I know, are trying to help us as much as possible. Thank you again.
Thank you. The next speaker is phone number ends in 181, followed by Dan Rydell.
Yes, Charles Schaefer, 26 years, City of Lansing Building Maintenance Department. First year and a half on the maintenance department at the old Civic Center. Again, I'm calling to ask that something be done about this. We're past the time that we can decide if we need to do something else for our health insurance. Can't do anything else. I'm on Medicare now. As I said before, I have two bad knees that because of COVID, I didn't get replaced this last year, and it hurts. I walk around in pain every day. The drugs that I have to take, God knows what I'm going to have to pay for those now. And I just think it's ridiculous that the mayor has been allowed to continue going through with this with legal opinions saying that what he's doing is wrong. And I thank the city council for everything they've been doing to help us, especially Carol Wood. Carol, you've been for us there over the years. I've sat on 3 negotiations for the United Auto Workers Union for the city of Lansing, and never were we stuck in the back like we're being stuck in the back by Mayor Shore. I hope that the city council gives him a vote of no confidence. Thank you for all that you do, and I hope that you can get this turned around. And Mayor Shore, I hope you show your face someday and stand up for what you think you're doing is right. You haven't done any of that other than calling us terrorists. Thank you for letting me speak, and thanks. Keep up what you're doing, council.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dan Riedel, followed by Julia Hillary.
All right, hi. My name is Cole, and I'm speaking to you tonight about the opinion on retiree healthcare. I have seen my parents work very hard over the years, and I'm retired from the police department, and my dad still is a police officer. I have other family and friends that work for their city too. Something they often speak about is people keeping their word, being a good leader, and always being honest. This legal opinion is like a test I would take at school. It is a test to see who is going to do the right thing and not cheat. This opinion speaks about healthcare that people and are now going to have major changes to it without having a choice. Going behind backs and not doing the right thing is wrong. I can't imagine seeing my brother or other people, especially the elderly, not be able to have their medicine because they can't afford these changes. A good leader leads by example, not by being secretive and hiding things. There are contracts mentioned in this opinion, and many jobs have them. Even though I'm just a young adult, I have signed contracts and have had to keep my word. You should too.
Sir, are you finished? I'm sorry.
That is lying. I understand budgets and needing to find money, but taking away from the most vulnerable is not the way to do it. Thank you for allowing everyone to speak tonight.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Julia Hillary, followed by followed by Kim Lawrence.
Good evening, City Council. I'd like to thank you all, especially Carol Woods and Patricia Spitzley, for allowing this attorney's opinion to come to the public. I'm gonna be honest with you. Hats off to Dan Riedel that just spoke. That's like a mic drop moment because he's a kid and he can even see through all this foolishness that's going on. I worked for LPD from 1991 to 2004 when I went out on a duty disability. If you go back to the beginning first of all, we found out about this in September, middle of September. But if you look at all the documents that have been posted and put in there, we know that this process for the city and the mayor actually started, and probably for Ms. Harkins as well, started in October of 2019. Now, and that started with the hiring of Marquand Vance within a week of an RFP going out, and 3 companies responding, which basically, I mean, let's be honest. That means he already knew who he wanted to pick before the RFPs went out. There were multiple solutions that came back, such as one that was already mentioned, like saving $3 million, but that wasn't good enough. There was even suggestions of even totally cutting out vision and dental health for all the retirees. And to be honest with you, we've been told that has not been cut, but honestly, I don't think any of us are really going to know what's really truly been cut until January 1st of 2021. Because there's a lot of questions that have not been answered yet when it comes to healthcare. So then we have we have the city attorney who, now we've been on these meetings since probably the end of September. And in one of those meetings, and I want to say it was in October, it was asked of the city attorney if they had a response yet, and he said no at that time. But the thing is, this now mid-December, or not mid-December, but actually almost mid-December, and this has been out since October 28th. So for the last several meetings that we've been on here, this opinion has been out. And I think, as many people have stated before me, the opinion states that if this goes into effect, that the city will be violating at least one of the contracts, which is the IFF contract, and that it should not go into effect until at least June of 2021, when that contract it expires. But the problem is there's 7 different unions for the city. And if you look at the back of the appendix A on this, it shows contracts only through 2019. So where are the rest of the contracts? Because most of those contracts are probably in effect right now as well, which means he'd be in violation of all those contracts. Probably, I'm assuming, I don't know.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your comments this evening. Okay, so we have next person is identified as Kim Lawrence, followed by our final speaker identified as the Advocates.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Kim Lawrence, and I worked at the Lansing Police Department for 25 years, retired in 2005. First, let me thank the City Council for the opportunity to speak today. Your efforts to bring the actions of the mayor out of the shadows and into the light are greatly appreciated. Instead of speaking about the closed door, backdoor actions of Mayor Shore, I'd like to spend my time addressing the council regarding a vote of no confidence regarding the mayor. This has been proposed, but up until this point, the council has taken no action. The city of Lansing has a strong mayor form of government, meaning the mayor acts as the executive branch and the council acts as the legislative branch. In this form of government, trust between the two branches of government is paramount to ensure that effective, well thought out and reasoned decisions occur. The actions taken by the mayor regarding a retiree healthcare issue shows a total lack of trust and transparency toward the city council. The mayor's actions make it almost impossible for city council to perform their legislative duties when they are either left out of the information loop or are given false or misleading information. In such circumstances, a resolution proposing a vote of no confidence regarding the mayor's ability to effectively lead the city of Lansing would be appropriate. As a city council member, I would ask you the following questions. Do you trust Mayor Shore? And do you trust that information you receive from Mayor Shore is timely, truthful, and well-researched? I believe after you answer these questions, it will be obvious to all of you that it is necessary to put a vote of no confidence forward for council members to vote on so that the citizens of Lansing are keenly aware of the position the mayor has put you in and how it limits your ability to do your job as a member of the Lansing City Council. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir. Our final speaker identifies on Zoom as the Advocates. You have 3 minutes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. This is actually Michael Lynn. I'm on another account here. I apologize for that. But as it says, I am an advocate. That's all I've been for over the last 3 or 4 years now as it pertains to the city of Lansing. This issue is very relevant to me, although some people don't know. I am a Lansing firefighter of 6 years. I am currently on I'm fighting duty disability with the city of Lansing. And so this does pertain to me. I think it's important to be clear. I think it's important to be clear on history. That Carol Wood, although you've been very vocal on this as of now, she did not bring this letter to this council. This letter was shot into my inbox at America 20 to Life, and I brought this to this council with a couple other retirees at the very end of a council meeting. And I appreciate Carol for being very outspoken after she read this, because she stopped and made sure council spoke on this situation, and this is what brought it to light. But it's very important that we understand that. Council has known about this, obviously, because the letter that got put into my inbox came from a council member. I'm not going to speak that person's name, but just know they knew about this. So why do we keep thanking them for listening? I appreciate what you guys are doing here. I appreciate that you tried to bring this to light. But what power do you really have to make it stop, right? You have none. We understand you have no power. We understand it's a strong mayor situation. And as a speaker prior to me has said, I've been asking for a vote of no confidence since the last 8 things the mayor has done to revoke the confidence that we've had in him. This is not the only issue that we have right now. How many more issues have to come across y'all's desk and you guys get blindsided by? I personally have brought 3 things to you all in this council that you all have been blindsided by. Personally, I brought 3 things. Where does it stop? Watching this for an entire year, all of the immoral and downright illegal situations, what's next? What don't we know about this happening as we sit here and speak? Somebody said something about Samantha Harkins smirking. It was deplorable to watch you doing that. Is that just your resting face? Jesus, these people are out here begging for their lives, begging for their lives. And as an advocate, I've been asking my city council member to bring a vote of no confidence, and this was his response. You've been pushing me to do something that has no purpose beyond continuing along your line of hating the mayor. I want to make it very clear. I do not hate the mayor. I do not know the mayor. I hate the things he's doing to our city. He is downright dangerous. City council, you can tell your constituents that you not approve of what he's doing by bringing a vote of no confidence today, now, tonight. You can slap it on the agenda as we speak. Finally, when it comes to the Devon Bogan, I do not want this attached to defund police. We need this to happen in this city. Do not attach this program to defund police whatsoever. I'll speak to you in the council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lynn. That concludes public comment on the committee of the whole. Thank you all for your time this evening and for your comments. Next up, we are going to hear a special presentation about the Advanced Peace Initiative from Devon Bogan. Councilmember Spitzley has requested a very brief introduction. She promises me it will be very brief, but obviously whatever time you need to set this up, please go for it. And I'm going to ask Sherry and City TV to start bringing in the folks who are going to be our panelists for today during Councilmember Spitzley's remarks.
Thank you, President Spatafor and Vice President Hussein. And I am going to be very brief. I just wanted to, introduce this program, Advanced Peace. I initially listened to Mr. Bogan's presentation at the Village. Thank you, Erica and Mike, for hosting. And he was there with a number of community leaders. This program works. And we're looking at crushing crime, gun violence. I am strongly advocating and urging council members to impress upon the mayor the importance of funding this program. We are at this point where we just can't not be a part of doing whatever we can to reduce gun violence. The meeting at the Village, we had the prosecutor there, Carol was there. We have members from Ingham County. I think Brian was on, or he was there. This is something that all levels of government mind and make a difference in our community. And so I'm so happy that Ingham County's here. They are going to, of course, introduce Mr. Bogan, but I wanted to just express to everyone that we really need to look at this. We really need to fund this. It's getting critical out there to where folks are dying, and we need to work with the community, and we need to work together to lower the gun violence in the city. And so I appreciate the opportunity to speak, President Spatafor and Vice President Hussein.
Of course, thank you very much. I see Devon, Mr. Bogan, excuse me, and Ms. Seaman. I don't see Commissioner Slaughter. Was he able to make it this evening? Do we all know?
He was on here earlier, but I don't see him in the attendees now.
And I think we're supposed to have Mr. Renaud Jean-Louis. I hope that I didn't kill his name, from from Ingham County was supposed
Oh,
to. kind of
I
tease
see
it
a Ingham
out.
County Health Department. I apologize, folks. This is a little clunky. It's you know how this works. It's 2020.
Yeah.
All right.
So
So I
bringing it.
found Ingham County Health Department participant. And
There he
there we
is.
are. Sorry
Okay.
about that.
Does Ms. Yorko need to be put in?
Is Ms. Yorko presenting? Yes. Could you please bring in Ms. Yorko as well? Mr. Jean-Louis, are you doing the introduction as I understand?
Yes, I am. That is correct.
Thank you. Go. The floor is yours.
All right. Am I allowed to share my screen or?
It looks like it. Let's give it a whirl and see what happens.
All right. 1 second.
If you say, "Can you see my screen?" you'll help me with a work bingo card I'm trying to fill out this week. So
All panelists can share. There you go.
there we go.
All right. All right. Okay. So hopefully everybody can hear me. And good evening, and thank you for adding us to this evening's agenda. Before we bring Mr. Bogan up to give you an overview of the advanced peace approach, some of us are here from Ingham County Health Department, the Board of Commissioner, and the prosecutor's office to lay context for where this fits within county priorities and existing effort. So my name is Renald Jean Lewis, and I serve as a prevention program coordinator at Ingham County Health Department. Also here from Ingham County, our Commissioner Darrell Slaughter, Prosecutor Kara Seaman, Deputy Health Officer Debbie Adapolo, and the manager of our Health Promotion and Prevention Division, Jessica Yorko. We also have Dr. Paul Elam from Michigan Public Health Institute with us today as well. The main thing that we want to emphasize with this intro is that there's tremendous grassroots organization already in place around this issue. Some of those at the forefront are the new Citizens Press Community Action Network, Men Making a Difference, Mikey 23 Foundation, and the Village Lansing, just to name a few. I won't really go into details and with these next couple of slides because most of you should have these in your packet for you to review. But the health department tracked rates of violence, crime, and our community health needs assessment. We also utilize the National County Health Rankings and Roadmaps to learn about evidence-based approaches to improving these outcomes. In addition to that, in our community health needs assessment, we also included a focus group component as you see here. In addition, because of the violence prevention, because violence prevention was prioritized by residents in our community health improvement plan and introduced in the most recent county strategic plan, and because shooting and assaults have continued to increase over the years in the county, the community has begin coming together more frequently with greater urgency to explore new prevention approaches. So there's been roughly about 35 to 40 different individuals, groups, and organizations of regular communication on this topic. And earlier this year, Prosecutor Carol Seaman facilitated and introduced to local stakeholders to Advanced Peace and Mr. Bogan. And we are pleased to introduce you all to Mr. Bogan. Mr. Bogan also happens to be originally from Lansing. His firsthand experience with these issues have been critical in his ability to engage with county residents, and his approach was selected by local stakeholders from among several different models as approach that they wanted to explore in a more focused area. And before I turn it over to Mr. Bogan, I wanted to give Commissioner Slaughter an opportunity to give some additional remarks, but unfortunately, he regrets that he had to log off and attend another.
Sir, I hate to interrupt. Commissioner Slaughter just joined us.
He just joined us.
Hot off the presses.
Awesome, great. So before I turn it over to Mr. Bogan, I just wanted to give Commissioner Slaughter, thank you for joining us again, and also Prosecutor Seaman, a moment to offer some introductory remarks that they may wish to offer. So thank you all. Let me.
Commissioner Slaughter, there you are.
Thank you, President Spatafor and Vice President Hussein. I apologize. I'm actually in the middle of running actually our Ingham County Racial Equity Task Force, so pulling a little bit double duty. But I wanted to let all of you know that myself personally, I support this advanced peace model. Spent a little bit of time talking with Mr. Bogan and reviewed some of his documents, actually laying out the success of the model in other cities like Stockton and some other cities, seeing the results in terms of violent crime reduction. Also wanted to offer up in saying that Mr. Bogan actually did a presentation for my Law and Courts Committee in October. And I want to say that all of my colleagues were really impressed with what he presented to us. And this is something that we all believe that we want to support. We think it's important. It's a long-term solution. I think it's not a silver bullet. There's not a silver bullet in terms of solving our violent crime issues, but we view it as a one of those tools that could really help make a dent in some of the issues that we're facing in our city. So, but wanted to come here, express my support for the work that Mr. Bogan is doing across country, but I'm hoping that we can bring that work here. And I know I think we're all committed. I don't want to speak completely on behalf of my colleagues, but I know there's a strong interest in putting some resources in making this, bringing this work here to Lansing. So just wanted to briefly say that. Again, I apologize for having to be so brief, having to pull double duty, but thank you for allowing me to address all of you tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I think County Prosecutor Seaman was going to say something, and then we're going to turn it back over for the presentation.
I'll be very quick. I first had the privilege of meeting Mr. Bogan about 3 years ago in Houston, Texas. He did a presentation on advanced peace at that time. I went up to him afterwards and said, "This sounds like it should come to Lansing." He said, "I'm from Lansing," which I did not know at the time. He also went to Eastern High School, graduated, which is my alma mater. And when I came back, I talked with Mike Yankowski. It was a funding issue, obviously. And ultimately, I became aware that there was a program called Cure Violence, which is another violence interruption program that the health department was looking at. As time went along, I, frankly kept advocating for advanced peace. I think it's a unique model that would be well suited for Lansing, especially because of Mr. Bogan's background. We all know that violent crime has been going up in Lansing. We've had more homicide, shootings, child abuse, domestic violence in the last few months. It's not unique to Lansing. It's going on all over the nation. And we have to have a consistent and we have to have a unified response. And one thing I really don't want to see is the temptation to go back to the 80s and 90s, get tough on crime, zero tolerance. We need to have certainly police involvement, appropriate police involvement, but ultimately this is a community issue. We need to bring the community to the table and they must buy into whatever is done. This advanced peace buy-in is an essential part of that program. The model is one that has worked very well in communities with similar demographics to that of Lansing. And as a prosecutor and as somebody who was an assistant prosecutor in the 80s and 90s and was there when we went through a far worse, although this is terrible, but a far worse escalation of violence, especially youth violence, I don't want to see us go back to that. I want to see us learn from what research and what experience has brought us in the last few decades. And I am a very firm advocate for the advanced peace model and Mr. Bogan will talk about what that means, because it literally does mean you're using some of the people who are driving the violence in the community to be the ones to interrupt that violence. So that's all I have to say, except I want to be clear that as the prosecutor, who I have decades of experience in juvenile justice and criminal justice, I am supporting this model.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jean Lewis.
Yes, so at this time, I'll just pass it over to Mr. Bogan and let him take over. Thank you again.
Thank you. Mr. Bogan, welcome to the Committee of the Whole, Lansing City Council. Thank you for your patience. We had some comments to get through this evening. I'm glad you're here, though. Thank you.
Excited to be here. Good evening, honorable members of the Lansing City Council and the wonderful members of the Lansing community. I am Devon Bogan, founder and chief executive officer of Advance Peace, and as was stated, a Lansing Eastern Quaker, coming to you virtually from Northern California, where I now reside. It's been a true pleasure to be able to work with and meet with many of the community members in Lansing over the last few months to talk about what's going on, to learn more about what's happening in Lansing, and to find ways to address the tragedies that are happening there as it relates to gun violence. So I'm excited to be with you this evening to talk to you more about Advance Peace and how we look at this problem and how we go about addressing it and changing it and in the end transforming communities most impacted by such violence. Let me start by saying that Advance Peace supports the efforts of municipalities impacted by high rates of cyclical and retaliatory gun violence to build sort of a requisite local public system and community-based capacity to connect with and provide effective, dedicated, persistent, and responsive systems of care to individuals at the center of firearm hostilities within their jurisdictions. As Carol mentioned, Advance Peace knows and appreciates as well that communities impacted by gun violence have essential expertise about what produces safety, what constitutes accountability, and what facilitates healing. We believe that this work must be deeply rooted in the wisdom, power, and engagement of the people whose lives are most at stake in making the change in those communities. I'd like to be able to share my screen. I think I can with you all right now. Are you able to see my screen?
Not yet, no. You should be able to share, though. The permissions are out there for you.
Okay. Huh. That's interesting.
Vaughn, do you want me to pull up your slides?
Yeah, if you can, because for some reason this isn't happening. Yeah, that's the pits. Technology.
Just give me a couple seconds. I'll pull them up. Oh,
there
you're
we
up
go.
now.
I'm up. Great. Wonderful. All right. So I'd like to, you all can see that, correct?
Yes, we can.
All right. Well, first and foremost, Advance Peace is dedicated to ending cyclical and retaliatory gun violence in urban neighborhoods by providing developmental and healing center resources to those at the center of lethal firearm offenses, violent actors, and those most likely victims of firearm activity, often one and the same individuals. The challenge we see is that in urban communities where gun violence is prevalent, there's a gap between anti-violence programming and those most affected by gun violence, victims, perpetrators, and potential perpetrators. As a result, gun violence rates persist at unacceptable levels. Now, what I mean here is that in many communities impacted by gun violence, what we're seeing is those at the center of firearm activity are not often being engaged by any other public or community-based system of care. And it's really difficult to reduce firearm activity in a city when we're not engaging those who are seen to be directly responsible for it. For example, we had 300 Peacemaker Fellows, and I'll talk about what that is and who those are momentarily. In California in 2019, These are individuals most impacted by gun violence, at the center of gun violence in the cities that we're working in California. And before their enrollment in the Peacemaker Fellowship, only 2 or 3% of them were being engaged by any other public or community-based system of care. And these are individuals who are thought to be the most lethal individuals in the city, who had also avoided the reach of law enforcement arrest and or prosecution. So again, we believe that this gap only furthers gun violence rates at persistent and unacceptable levels. I think what we do well is we effectively bridge that gap and break the cycle of firearm-driven hostilities by working directly with those individuals most likely to be at the center of firearm activity and work to alter the trajectory of their lives every single day. And I'll talk more about that. Our work is evidence-based. We work with cities to develop a street outreach approach where outreach personnel will carry out mentoring and life coaching, provide intensive case management, provide life skills training, cognitive behavioral therapy opportunities, and subsidized employment opportunities. Again, a dedicated, persistent resource focused on those who are thought to be at the center of a city's firearm activity. Advanced Peace provides the high touch and personalized 18-month Peacemaker Fellowship. I'd like to share with you the touch points of the fellowship. I won't go into these in too much detail. If you have questions about them later, feel free to ask. But this is an 18+ month fellowship opportunity for the highest risk individuals in our most impacted neighborhoods. And so every day for an 18+ month period, these individuals are going to be engaged and given attention unlike they ever have had in the past from non-law enforcement, from a non-law enforcement framework. We're going to work with every one of these individuals to develop goals and objectives associated with their lives that can help them change the destructive patterns that they may be living out in their current situations. We're going to engage them multiple times a day, every single day, by multiple individuals. This is usually a local team of individuals that facilitate this work at the local level. We're going to connect them with social service opportunities inside the city, inside the county, and even where necessary, outside the city and even outside of the county. We're going to provide opportunities for them to build their horizons and learn that there is something bigger than Lansing, Michigan. There's something bigger than South Lansing, Michigan, or North or West Lansing, so or the east side of Lansing. So we want to make sure that these individuals know what's out there for them. It's hard to dream about something that you don't know even exists. And so we want to provide those kinds of opportunities. We're going to connect this population with a group of elders, typically men of color or men who look like those represented in the fellowship. And these men provide intergenerational support, wisdom, information, and contact with this particular population, again, in ways that they haven't had access to before. And we're going to work with them to understand what they're interested in and what they're passionate about over this 18-month period, and then identify with the local leadership internship opportunities that we can place them in based on those interests, based on their passion, but most importantly, based on them being ready to actually capitalize or be able to capitalize on these opportunities. A lot of us speak to jobs and employment being a significant, I'll use this term, cure for this particular issue. Now, I believe that jobs and employment opportunities in marginalized communities are critical. Economic development is critical. But I can tell you that for this particular population, most of these guys aren't ready for jobs. And yes, when you ask them if they need a job or want a job, they'll tell you yes. But it's important for us to understand that what they're telling us is they want money, not that they necessarily want a job. They want money. And those are two different things. And so we have to understand that going in. Most of these individuals that I'm talking about haven't been able to hold a job or have never worked in their lives because of the hard and soft skill opportunities. But there's another level of readiness that I think that sometimes we overlook. We're talking about active firearm offenders who oftentimes have avoided the reach of law enforcement. That means they remain in these communities and they remain active in perhaps recurrent gunfire, which means they are as offenders, which means they are the most likely to be the next victim of a firearm assault. And so I just ask us thinking folks, why would we place an individual like this in a job environment when he or she still has such a large target on their chest and on their backs, putting other people in that job site at danger as well. So we want to take the time to really get this individual ready. And that also includes removing the proximity that he or she has to firearm activity before we place them in an internship where they're going to be supported by our organization, i.e. the local organization in Lansing. I wanted to provide you with a few case studies for the point of demonstrating that no matter the size of the city, no matter the dynamics of gunfire in the city, something we say in the neighborhood, and that is the hood is the hood. And that's how we know this can work in the Lansing hood, if I may, as well. The city of Richmond, California is about 110,000 people strong. This is where we founded the Peacemaker Fellowship in 2010. And the fellowship, since its launch between 2012 and 2019, the city of Richmond has seen an 85%, this is Richmond, California, 85% reduction in firearm assaults, which has been sustained to date. And a 65% reduction in related homicides compared to the 8 years prior to the fellowship launch. I'd like you to pay attention to the gray portion of the top area of the screen where it says between 2007, when the Office of Neighborhood Safety was launched, and 2019, the city of Richmond, California experienced an 82% reduction in firearm assaults causing injury and death. Now, I want you to look at this number, these numbers here, because I think this is where the correlative power is and exists. Of 127 fellows enrolled over 6 cohorts, 6 18-month cohorts starting in June 2010, today, 97% of that number are alive. Why is that important? And you're going to see this on the corresponding 2 slides that come next, because these are the most likely to be killed by gunfire. 97% of those fellows are alive in December 2020. 83% of those 127 fellows have had no new gun related injuries or hospitalization since becoming a fellow. Why is that important? Again, these are the guys who have targets on their chest, guys that have targets on their backs. And 66% of them have had no new gun charges since becoming a fellow. That's today. We believe that's critically important to the numbers of 85% reductions, 65% reductions. Another case study, Sacramento, our first advanced peace city. Same thing you'll see to the left of your screen. But again, the big highlight and takeaway when we launched in 2018, early 2018, is that between 2018, when Advanced Peace launches the Peacemaker Fellowship, and the end of 2019, the city of Sacramento experienced 24 plus months with no youth homicides, after experienced their highest youth homicide rate in 2017 before our launch. I think the other big highlight there, and I think you received a copy of this study, the benefit cost ratio was that for every dollar the city spent on Advanced Peace, we provided the city $18 to $41 in return in terms of the gun violence reductions and the gun violence prevented in that city. And again, the same level of numbers, 120 fellows enrolled in Sacramento in 2018, over 2 cohorts, and you see the same kind of things. To date, 99% of these guys are alive, 95% of these most lethal individuals, most likely to become victims of gunfire, haven't been injured by a firearm, and 94% of them are not being seen as on the radar of law enforcement since becoming a fellow. We work with local law enforcement agencies to make sure that we're not creaming. It makes no sense to talk about all this success and we're not working with the right people. Working with the right people, focusing our energy and attention and engagement on the right people is critical to the success of this work. So it becomes important for us to be working with local public system leaders, community leaders, to ensure that the right folks are enrolled as fellows into our work. City of Stockton, California, I guess I should say City of Sacramento, California, the slide before, 500,000 people is the population there. So a city 5 times the size of the city of Richmond and the city of Lansing. City of Stockton's about 315,000 people, 40% reduction between 2018 and 2019. They've experienced 2 consecutive years where there were no more than 35 homicides. In 2019, Stockton experienced 25 firearm-related homicides. But again, those numbers, 40 fellows enrolled over 1 cohort in the city of Stockton. And again, the most lethal individuals and the impact of this work on those individuals contribute to helping cities reduce their firearm activity. And then really quickly, this is a system, folks. It's simple, but also important that it be done correctly. It's important that we identify, attract, and enroll those at the center of gun violence. I've said that, and I can't stress that enough. That's what Advanced Peace does really well, helping communities at the local level engage those individuals who are the most likely to shoot and the most likely to be killed by a firearm. We identify, hire, train, develop, and retain those with close proximity to violent actors. Carol referenced this in her introduction of this work. We hire local, formerly incarcerated residents, sometimes with gun charges in their own backgrounds, who are committed to the Advanced Peace mission, individuals that we know have both feet out of the game. They've done some work to transform their lives. They have a common lived experience with this population. They have license to operate in these neighborhoods. They're known by the population. They're trusted by the population. They have legitimate authority with the population. We believe that legitimate authority with this population can help the population change their behaviors. Legitimate authority is critically important. Ask anyone in working in this space and they will confer that. We deliver persistent, focused engagement and protective relationships with these individuals, something that they don't typically have access to, which breeds this persistent gunfire activity often perpetrated by these individuals. Again, we deliver attractive, responsive, credible social and economic services, supports, and opportunities. And we deliver community capacity to sustain reductions in gunfire, i.e. we come in to support local communities and the assets within those local communities to build the capacity to facilitate this work at a high level at the local level. So it's yours. We're not bringing in this capacity from the outside. We're developing the capacity, the understanding, and the appreciation of how to work best with an often isolated population, an often alone population by local stakeholders. I believe you have, and I'll let the local team say more about this, but I do believe that you have in front of you, or amongst the materials that you've been provided, a 3-year cost approximate for facilitating this work at the local level. And I've broken them down here real quickly and really simply in 2 categories: local program administration and evaluation, and strategy implementation, technical support, and training. Again, those, the more drilled down version you should have in front of you. But you have those numbers right there. Over a 3-year period, we're talking about a $1.9 million investment that's going to deliver back to you a solid dividend. In fact, let me just say this. The best cost estimate we have for gun crimes in the state of Michigan is out of Detroit. I think you may have access to this in front of you as well. I think the numbers are 1.1 million per firearm related injury, and a little bit more than that for firearm related homicide. So you can see that if over a 3-year period, we were able to stop 2 homicides or 2 shootings from occurring, right there, the strategy is paid for itself. We are supported by just a phenomenal national group of board members. I just wanted you to have access to that list of people as well. Most of the folks on, all of the folks on our board are representative of the communities that we do our work in. We have representatives from the law enforcement community at every level of government, foundation support, and policy thinkers, as well as artists and corporate directors. So I wanted you just to have access to the folks who support this work and help us as ambassadors in the space that we work in. And that is my presentation. I hope that it wasn't too long, and I'm happy to take any questions or do whatever you local folks would like me to do from this point on.
Just real briefly to clarify, I just sent the detailed budget document cost estimate to Sherry Boak. We didn't have, we spent a lot of time talking to local nonprofit organizations over the last few months to really get a sense of some of their staffing costs before we put this budget together. So we really felt confident just as of last Friday that we had very solid numbers there. So I just emailed that over to Sherry Boak. It's
Thanks.
a more detailed breakdown of what you just saw.
Thank you, Mr. Excuse me, Mr. Bogan. Thank you very much. Very informative presentation and really intriguing program too. I have some hands raised. If you got some time for some questions.
I do.
Very good. Thank you. First from Councilmember Spitzley.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Mr. Bogan, for the great presentation. It was really, I just want to emphasize, I mean, when he came here, he met with everybody. He met with all community groups. He met with anybody that was available to meet with him. He walked the South Side. You know, as you can see from the stats, it works. It works in a wide cross range. One of the things, Mr. President, I would ask that Jessica sent over the budget. You know, this is something that I think that, you know, we can really get behind and work together as in an intergovernmental way to fund this and actually do some good surrounding this program. And so I would hope that we would, you know, refer to intergovernmental, you know, the intergovernmental committee or whatever we need to do to make sure that this doesn't lose momentum and that we work together to find a way to contribute to the funding for this program.
Thank you, Councilor Spitzley. I actually was thinking that myself, as that'd be a good task for the IGR committee to take up with Darrell Slaughter, Commissioner Slaughter, excuse me, mentioned that I always get the committees confused at the county, but the safety committee out there at the county would be a good, I think, cross discussion to have, and obviously the county prosecutor would be more than welcome to attend that meeting.
Just one more thing, but I appreciate that. I don't know if Mr. Bogan talked about next steps. How do we, you know, if in fact this is something that we do, what are the next steps that we have to do? If he could kind of give a brief overview of that, it would be helpful, I think, as well.
Sure, Mr. Bogan, and then we have a question from Councilmember Jackson after that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think if the city decides to move forward, one of the most important things we have to do next step wise is to identify the local container for the work, the local community-based organization that will support the delivery of this strategy. I think that's going to be a critical piece. I think after we're able to do that, obviously identifying local personnel, working with the local public system and community-based partners to identify where we want to focus, and the local evaluator where we want to focus our efforts at. We've been talking about, I had an opportunity to sit down with the Lansing Police Department while I was there, also over a virtual conversation with the Sheriff's Department representative. And, we want to make sure that they're participating in an appropriate manner in terms of, and they seem willing to provide us with information they have on who they believe we should be focusing our energies. I know Carol's office would be involved in that as well. So yeah, I think the first thing we got to do, council member, is we've got to identify the local container. And then we can begin working to identify the local assets, if I may, folks that we want to develop a pool of potential personnel that we can look at very seriously, begin to hire and train and develop and make sure that they can function at a high level. Those are the things we want to do right away. We obviously, as I'm talking, I'm thinking of this, we want to sit down with the local stakeholder community and determine sort of what the local goals are. I mean, we're going to do this. What measurements are we going to base our failure or our success on? So I want to be clear about that up front. If the city says a 20% reduction, I'm going, okay, great. We're going to shoot for higher than that. Well, I shouldn't have said that word. We're going to aim, that's probably a bad word too. We're going to go for goals higher than that. But again, I think those are important things to determine as a collective body, to say, here are the benchmarks so that everybody's on the same page about what success looks like.
We could strive for those goals, right?
That's exactly right. Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Jackson, you're up, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Bogan, for being here in your presentation. And it's always special when it's from someone from Lansing, and it sounds like you have a national framework here. I guess my question is, how do you identify the fellows? And it sounded like that answer was partially answered with the container, if you will, but maybe if you can identify, how do you find the fellows and identify them?
It's a great question, Brian. And I'll say go big rigs just because it's you, man. And Patricia's rolling her eyes. That's funny. So to the question, there are a few ways. The first way is, if you're looking at sort of the strategic planning framework that we've laid out, you're going to see that after we identify the credible messengers, if I may, the local credible messengers to facilitate this work, we're going to deploy them in the most impacted theaters in the city. And so a big part of their role is being on the ground in the impacted neighborhoods and providing a visible presence. That's the first thing. We want them being out there providing a presence and observing and learning more about, in a more formal way, more about what's happening in the community. Because at the end of the day, that's going to be the most important source of our information based on our experiences in other cities. Those street outreach workers, those violence interrupters, those community mediators are going to, many times they already know coming in to this work, but they're going to know, they're going to learn what's really going on. We want to then corroborate that with any information that we may receive from law enforcement. And typically my experience has been in working in several cities is that law enforcement's going to give us a lot of names. All of those names won't need to be focused on, because all of those names, albeit they may have some close proximity to gunfire in the city, they're not actually pulling the triggers. And so our job is to use that information with what these individuals who are deployed in the community, our assets, or those local credible messenger assets, to corroborate the information and synthesize who the most lethal individuals are that remain on the streets of Lansing. The third way of getting at this is the community itself. You're from Lansing, I know that, and I know you can appreciate that. Many times the communities themselves know who the active offenders are, the active violent offenders are. They're not telling anyone, but they will tell us They will tell these credible messengers over time. In fact, we're going to develop a community water cooler in an effort to get the information that will help us engage the right people. And then finally, over time, and once we began enrolling fellows into this work, the fellows themselves will tell us, i.e., if you want me to stop shooting, then you got to get him over there to stop shooting too. And so that's going to be sort of the doorways by which we identify, corroborate, and verify who becomes the solid foundation for the most important cohort, that first cohort of fellows. After that first cohort moves on, it gets a lot easier.
Thank you, Councilmember Jackson. Mr. Bogan, I had a quick question, and maybe you've answered this, and I apologize if I missed it in managing the meeting, but the cohort of folks involved, what's the age demographic that you typically look for? You said young, but what's young in this context?
Peter, it's a great question. I should tell you this. I'm an old man, and rarely do I find a fellow older than 50. But I'm going to say to you, if he's an active or she's an active firearm offender that has avoided the reach of law enforcement, they're old enough or young enough to be a fellow.
Okay.
This is for active firearm offenders who've avoided the reach of law enforcement. That's how you reduce firearm activity at a local level, by engaging the source of the firearm activity in a way that they haven't been engaged before.
Makes sense. Thank you.
And folks, let me just say this, because I want folks to really understand, particularly folks with a law enforcement mindset, because I get it. Every one of our fellows on day one of their 18-month fellowship, if they have in fact, and this is the goal, to have folks that have in fact either shot a gun at someone, or shot a gun and injured someone, or shot a gun and killed someone in the fellowship if they remain on the streets. So I want to say this, they should be incarcerated. The fact of the matter is many times they are not. So our basic premise is unless and until law enforcement can remove these guys from the streets, we should create infrastructure that supports them in a way that can help them change their destructive behaviors on their own until that time comes, if that time ever comes.
And then, thank you. How many individuals are in each cohort, generally speaking?
It really depends on the city. And obviously we've had, it may not be so obvious, we've had conversations with local community members, local law enforcement. And so we've come to a number of between 15 and 25 individuals in the city of Lansing or in the surrounding areas. These folks move beyond boundaries. And so we're looking at an up to 50 fellow count over a 4-year period of time. 2 18-month fellowship cohorts working with up to 25 fellows per cohort.
Thank you. Do we have other questions for Mr. Bogan before we move on to next steps? All right, well, I really appreciate the presentation, the information. I know I've got a pile sitting on my printer now to go over the details again, but I will say that this is something that I know a lot of members of council have expressed interest in. So I think the next step from us is going to be probably an intergovernmental relations committee meeting to discuss the details a little bit more about how this might work. And then of course, we're going to have to talk about the funding aspects as well. That's what we do here, right? Budget and legislate. So we'll look at that. But I really appreciate the information. This is an intriguing program, and I think it's particularly poignant for Lansing as we're, I'm seeing, Nixle alerts and ring neighborhood alerts and things like that popping up all over the place with gun violence and issues related to the pandemic as well. So really appreciate you bringing it to us at this point in time, and look forward to continuing this conversation with the health department and the administration.
Well, let me just say, Peter, in my closing, and I know Jessica has words. I just want to say, folks, you got an amazing community of stakeholders who I know are committed to doing what's right to do this. And I can tell you in my experience, we can do this. We can do this. It's just going to take us to use our imagination, be bold, and make a decision to do it. But this can be done. And I encourage you and I celebrate you for your thoughtfulness and thinking towards this work. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Yarko. And then I want to make sure too, we have Mr. Ilam on the phone or on the phone, it's not a phone, on the meeting, and just wanted to make sure you didn't have anything to add. I know that you're here, and didn't want to waste your time. If
Call him doctor.
Doctor, I'm sorry. My apologies.
He's earned it.
Yeah, no, listen, my husband's PhD came last year. We call him doctor at the dinner table, so I get it.
Dr. Elam, did you want to go ahead? I was just going to touch on the grant we submitted today and
Absolutely. I just wanted to say on behalf of MPHI, we are also very supportive of the model, have supported youth violence reduction in the community for years, believe that a public health approach is the right approach to deal with juvenile crime and delinquency. We've worked at the state and federal level to develop policy solutions and would love to do that here in our home community as well. So appreciate the opportunity to partner.
Thank you. Ms. Yarko, were you all set?
Yeah, just briefly, I was going to add, we have been, in addition to looking at all the potential cost allocations, looking at some potential funding sources. So we were able to partner with various community stakeholders in submitting a proposal today to the Department of Justice Project Safe Neighborhood grant system. And we've had some conversations with Dr. Elam and other folks at Michigan Public Health Institute that are really tapped into Kellogg Foundation and a few of the other private foundations. So we're hoping to implement this, that we can bring together a variety of different funding sources so it's not all squarely falling on any one agency.
Thank you, Ms. Yarko. Appreciate that. Prosecutor Seaman.
Sorry, just real quickly. It's really important to have multiple funding streams, I think, because really sustainability is going to be a huge part of this. If we really want to move into this, which I do, it's one thing that's really great, even though the grant that we just applied for, or they just applied for today, is a small amount. It goes through the Western District of the U.S. Attorney's Office. It represents money from the Department of Justice. There's by getting support from multiple sources that really deal with violence and crime at different levels, and also having the public health approach, which is really is the predominant approach. That's what, you get the buy-in from all the critical stakeholders. It really is, I think, what's going to make this successful. And I've been part of discussions for decades now on prevention dollars and how we can't afford it, because it's always, you can't come up with the money to do something at the time, but you always come up with the money to deal with the fallout, and I just really encourage us, because I'm getting too old, frankly, to wait for us to, because I'm much older than Mr. Bogan. I graduated many years before he did. We really need to be successul. Our community deserves that. And we can't do what we did before. We really have to be bold and try something new. But there's research and support that's saying it could work. So it's a lot of money in a time when COVID has hit us, our budget's hard. But we really have to make that commitment, I think. We'll be glad we did.
Thank you very much, Madam Prosecutor. Council Member Spitzley.
Just real quick. So Jessica, you mentioned you submitted this grant application, and I know from writing grant applications and everybody else, letters of support are always important. In when multi-jurisdictions are writing letters of support and they're signing on, they make the grants that much stronger. I mean, is there something that council can do through a resolution or a letter of support to the grantee, the grantor, that can strengthen your application? And I agree with the prosecutor. We cannot not afford to not fund this. How many not just put in that sentence, but we can't afford to not do this at this point. And so, we have to dig deep and look for the funding to be a part of this. I think at this point, we do need to be bold, but is there some way of support, Jessica, that we can do?
For this particular funding source, they didn't ask letters of support. It's honestly one of the easiest grant applications I've worked on. I was pleasantly surprised. And so for this one, I think we're okay. But as we get into potentially some larger requests, I definitely think that will be important. And Mr. Bogan, did you want to share anything else about some of the other, you know, time frame commitments that you've mentioned before, anything like that? Or is that maybe for later?
I don't know if I know exactly what you're talking about, Jessica.
I think, you know, when you talk about Councilmember Spitzley, those types of letters, one of the things that Mr. Bogan's mentioned in some of our presentations with different stakeholders is the importance of committing beyond just 1 year, mainly saying, you know, we're going to give this at least 3 years or at least 5 years. And I don't know how that looks because I know that's kind of a complicated conversation, but I did want to mention it as just something to think about. So yeah.
I think we probably all have experiences that tell us when we're reaching out to our philanthropic community, it's a little easier and they're much more likely to make investments when they know that at the local level, this is being taken seriously and that they're skin in the game, committed long-term skin in the game at the local level. So we want to make sure that we're demonstrating that at every level and every chance we can, when we can.
Unfortunately for this one, for this application, it did require a law enforcement partner, and Chief Green, we'd been in dialogue about potentially asking for this grant funding source since earlier in the summer. So he was able to review everything and give his comments and authorize us to list them as along with Ingham County Sheriff, wanted to be listed as the collaborating law enforcement partners. And it was important in that application to be clear and to just clarify now something Mr. Bogan mentioned earlier. I was a little hesitant about that application because when we say collaborating with law enforcement, it is a little bit different than what maybe people are used to, because the information is meant to really flow one way. It's really meant for law enforcement to suggest, hey, these are some folks on our radar who we don't have any charges to press or anything like that, but could be great for this fellowship program. But the information, it's not really two-way. It's, Devon, I'll let you discuss that further.
Yeah, so as you all can probably appreciate, when you consider the populations, the primary population that we're focused on, they're running from law enforcement. They're running, hiding from the opportunities of incarceration. So any sign or shed of evidence that suggests we're providing law enforcement information, and when I say we're, I'm talking about the local container, the folks who are on the streets day in and day out working to help and support this population. If they find that if this population finds that that local container or the local folks on the ground are working in concert with law enforcement, that can compromise, in fact, destroy the required trust necessary to develop the protective relationships that we need to have with that population in our efforts to help them to change their behaviors. Their authority is so much more legitimate having some distance from law enforcement. But they're going to have to negotiate anyway, just because this is a new, and when I say they, I'm talking about the folks on the ground from the local container doing this work, facilitating this work, because this is new. This is a population that's been allowed to remain in the shadows, to remain alone, to remain isolated. They don't have a lot of positive, healthy information in their ear that says, this is what you should do when this conflict shows up. This is how you can circumvent conflict. So now they're getting this stuff. They're getting some attention that's not law enforcement attention every single day. That's already foreign. They're gonna have a lot of questions of what's really going on. They're gonna be suspicious, skeptical, and the folks at the local container are going to have to fight, even though they've got a strong community card, they've got strong community membership, they're gonna have to fight the snitch jacket. And you all probably appreciate what I mean by snitch jacket. You are in a relationship with law enforcement. You're taking back to law enforcement everything you learn here about and from us. And what those folks on the ground do is all they got. What they say and what they do, i.e. what they deliver, is all they got. They got their word, their trust. And so we want to make sure that we create an infrastructure and a space that allows that to be maintained, because when that's maintained, we can do a high level of work and we can maintain the safety of those individuals who are working in this space.
Well, thank you very much. Carol, I don't mean to interrupt, but go ahead.
Super quick. So both Chief Green and I are basically members of the law enforcement committee for the Western District that ultimately makes decisions about it. We must abstain from the proposals that come from our own community. But, for example, Battle Creek, Kalamazoo, other communities in the Western District for the Department of Justice, for the state attorney's office, have proposals. So I am pretty optimistic based on Erica Lane, who is the administrator and who is an attorney and has also done violence interruption work herself in Central and South America, that it will be viewed favorably. We'll lobby for it.
Great. Well, I want to thank you all for your time this evening very much. There's a lot here to think about, a lot to process. So we'll be in touch on our next steps from City Council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, thank you all. We have an appointment to appoint Elizabeth West as an at-large member of the Board of Review with a term to expire June 30th, 2023. Elizabeth West is here joining us this evening. Thank you for your patience.
That's quite all right. Thank you for inviting me.
Of course. So what we typically do is have folks just tell us a little bit about themselves, why they're, where they're, what part of the city they're from, what drew their interest to serving either on the board that they've been selected to or serving the city. So you have as much or as little time as you'd like there.
Sure. Again, my name is Elizabeth West, or Liz. I recently got married during the pandemic, so I was known as Stomsky for a couple of years back. I worked for the city of Lansing as a law clerk for Judge Krause back in 2006, 2008. And since then, I've been working for the state of Michigan in the judiciary as an attorney with the Friend of the Court Bureau, with a focus on child support, parenting time, custody. I work with law students right now that prepare for the bar exam, and that's where I get a little bit more of my updated exposure to the law. My strongest suit in law school was property, which was a shock to me. And even now, I still tend to focus on the property essay questions and multi-state questions while helping students to explain things. I was approached by a current member of the Board of Review, Felicia Eskra. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. We worked the election together recently, and she said there was a vacancy on the board, and she knew I had previously served on the board of directors for End Violent Encounters, the domestic violence shelter in the area, and as a member, trustee, for the LEAF Foundation, the Lansing Educational Advancement Foundation. And I enjoyed that. And a few years since I've been able to work with the board. And when she extended the offer, I jumped at the chance and was very pleased to get the feedback that I was potentially being put on the board and being nominated.
Well, great, thank you. Looks like our paths may have crossed for like a few weeks. I came into James Madison when you were graduating, so congratulations on your wedding. I don't see questions from council. Oh, Councilmember Wood, I see your hand up. You're virtual.
Thank you, President Spatafor. Just a quick question, Elizabeth. I see in your application that you were applying for the income tax.
That was an error on my part, and I noticed it after I submitted it, and I apologize.
So it is the Board of Review that you were, okay. And
thank you for allowing me to clarify. I completely forgot about that typo. I apologize.
Not a problem. My other quick question for you is, this board, of course, is somewhat different than our other boards. The board members have the responsibility of making the decision at these meetings. And there are several hours of meetings that this curtails in order to listen to the public. Is that something you believe with your work, your employment, that you're going to be able to devote that time?
Absolutely. Because of the wedding, we had actually planned on going on a destination. I had banked a bunch of leave time to go on a destination wedding, which, surprise, didn't really get to use this year. But we also have the flexibility to take that annual time for different things that we'd like to do, such as serving our community. I did approach my director and our administration about this position because it is considered an appointed position with the city, to make sure it would not conflict with any of my duties with the judiciary. And I was assured that absolutely that's okay. And if there's time where I'm needed during the day, which I believe all of our meetings are during the workday.
Yes, they are.
Yes, I just have to simply take my annual leave time. I've already told my boss there's 4 big times a year we meet, and he is perfectly fine with that.
Okay, thank you. That answers my questions, President Spatafor. Thank you.
Councilmember Wood, Ms.
Thank
West,
you.
thank you, Mrs. West, thank you for your time. I don't see any other questions or hands, so I'm going to ask the Vice President to make a motion.
Sure, I'd be happy to. I would move the resolution of confirmation of appointment for the Mrs. English West as an at-large member of the Board of Review. This is for a term to expire June 30th, 2023.
Very good. There's a proper motion before us. Is there any further discussion? I will just say, for those watching along, we are still in the committee of the whole, and we will be here for quite a little bit longer, I believe. Ms. West, we will, if we pass this tonight, we will pass it at the regular meeting. There's no need for you to come and do the second meeting. We just ask that you coordinate with Mr. Swope, the city clerk, to get your self sworn in as a member of the board once it's approved by the council, which should be sometime this evening.
Great. Yes, I'll reach out if it's approved, because I think, well, we do. We meet tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
it's usually how this works. So thank you very much for your time. I will ask that the clerk please, or that Sherry, please call the roll.
Councilmember Wood,
Yes.
Councilmember Spitzley,
Yes.
Councilmember Betts,
Yes.
Councilmember Garza,
Yes.
Councilmember Dunbar,
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson,
Yes.
Councilmember Hussein,
Yes.
Member Spatafor.
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you. Motion passes 8-0. We will take this up at council this evening. Thank you for joining us tonight. We'll good luck, and thank you for your willingness to serve.
thank you all again for the invitation. Have a great evening.
Thank you. The next item for the committee of the whole is a resolution for the recertification and the redevelopment ready communities program. And I don't have my notes, but I see Brian McGrain, so I'm going to assume that the Director McGrain will be presenting on this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your notes, your packet has a couple of documents from us, a memo from my planner, Andy Fedowa, explaining what this is, a flyer, and then a short resolution. In 2017, Lansing was certified as a redevelopment ready community. We were, I think at the time, the largest. We are not any longer. Grand Rapids has joined us. So too have some of our neighbors, Meridian Township being one. Essentially, this was a process with the state to look at a number of processes that a number of procedures and things that we had in place to assist redevelopment in our community. As such, just in the last couple months, they've met with us extensively, reviewed a number of things that we have on place. They talked to us about our boards, our training, again, internal processes, committees that we have staffed. They meet with us. We talk about recommendations. We implement them. So we've done a number of those things. We are asking for your support to give me the authorization to sign the recertification documents here. This process, again, this program has allowed us to avail ourselves to state level resources. Just this past year, we did partner with MEDC, for instance, on some land bank sites. The bottling plant on the north side of town was one that we partnered with them on an RFP process. And actually, we were successful in bringing a developer to that site using a number of dollars available through this program to do so. So it's pretty simple, pretty straightforward. We've appreciated your support for our initial certification, and we hope that you'll support us for this recertification.
Thank you. Are there questions for Director McGrain? Seeing none, I will ask the Vice President for a motion.
Sure, I would move the resolution for recertification. This is the Redevelopment Ready Communities Program.
Proper motion before us. Seeing no other discussion, Sherry, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Betts,
Yes.
Councilmember Wood,
Yes.
Councilmember Spitzley,
Yes.
Councilmember Garza,
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson,
Yes.
Councilmember Hussein,
Yes.
Dunbar,
Yes.
Councilmember Spatafor.
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0, and this too will be on tonight's council agenda.
You know the drill, Mr. McGrain. We'll see you later. Or no, I don't think we'll need a presentation, but we'll see you later anyway. All right. So next up is our Director of Parks and Recreation with the resolution to set the public hearing for the Parks and Recreation Draft Master Plan for 2020 through 2025. Brett Kashitsky, you're up. But you're also muted.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. President. So I wanted to go over our master plan here. As you said, this is going to be before you. We have to have this into the state of Michigan by February 1st. And this has been something that we did internally here that we did not contract out to a consultant here. And so I wanted to go over that. I believe you have this in your packet as well, but just to talk a little bit about the plan. I did want to thank our staff that worked on this. And that was Kelly Brown from our office, as well as Greg Satterfield. And then our park board was also very key in putting this on. So it was a difficult year to pull this all together because of COVID. And I think I'll be able to demonstrate here as far as finding this PowerPoint here. So I'm not able to do it. Of course, it's different from what I had. But so as part of the process, the planning process, the Park Board came up with 5 goals. They are being connected, being accessible, being diversified, placemaking, and then as well, we had one with COVID-19 and being resilient to that as well. So that was something that the Park Board came together with. It's been over a year that they have been involved in the planning. One of the things that we saw with that planning process, there we go.
Brett, that's me, Sherry, sharing my
Okay.
screen. So you just
Thank
tell me
you.
next slide.
If you did want to go to the next one then. So one of the things that we did want to emphasize here was that we were able to get a lot of input on this during the pandemic times. We were, as you see there, we had over 600 surveys that were collected in regards to this. So while we were not able to go out into the community and have the community meetings that we normally do, we were able to share this. And you see the increase that we had there over the last master plan. And in terms of the surveys that were collected there. And as we go to the next slide there, you will see that each of the wards were very well represented. We have a as low as 21%, but as high as 29%. So basically, all of those surveys you see, we were at about 25%, from each of the 4 wards. So it was very well represented by each of our wards, and I'm very happy about that as well. So going to the goals there, as I mentioned those before, you see some of the areas, the points there that we want to get. The rationale behind goal number 1 and being connected is that Lansing Park should be part of the fabric of the city, that all residents should be able to travel to a nearby park, and spending time in the outdoors can have positive effects on one's health and provide opportunities to connect with neighbors. This goal is about making improvements to make it easier to get to parks via walking, biking, transit, riding, and reducing the reliance on private automobile transportation. The second goal that we have there is accessible, and that is that all programming, events, and amenities within the Lansing Park system should be known to every citizen. This goal is about making it easier to know what is happening within the park system, making it easier to register for events and classes, and making sure that the programming reflects the needs of the community. So goal number 3 is being resilient to COVID-19 and climate change. And obviously this is something that is going to be affecting us as we transition out of the pandemic here, but that Lansing park system needs to ensure that the effects of our changing world are planned for, to ensure that the park can continue to serve the needs of the city as the COVID-19 pandemic forces more people into parks, but with physical separation. Programming should adjust to maintain the health and safety of participants and staff. As the effects of climate change continue to worsen, improvements to the park should also be made with an eye to the future. Goal number 4 would be diversified, and the Lansing Park system needs to understand how it can better serve the communities within the city impacted by some systemic racism, and equity assessment would allow the city to understand where programming and improvements could be made to better serve the surrounding communities. There are many organizations within the city that can help provide needed programming as the recreation needs change over time. And then then we have diversified. Oh, I just went through, I'm sorry, not diversified, but placemaking is the final one. And that is as more residents spend time in the parks, it's become clear that more can be done to allow residents to feel comfortable and enjoy their time in Lansing parks. More and more residents are treating outdoor green space, which we have plenty of, as their outdoor living room, and are missing some of the key amenities, places to sit, to eat, restrooms, trash cans, etc. This goal is about identifying areas where small investments can make improvement to the health, happiness, and well-being of Lansing residents. So those are the goals, again, that the park board came up with, and this is based off of, again, what they were talking about at the beginning, and this also was part of the questions that they posed to the citizens for feedback on. So before you know, we have the goals. That is the main part of that, and that helps us put into place our action plan for the next 5 years. And this kind of governs grants that we would apply for from the state of Michigan through the trust fund, and also is our roadmap, really. Not that we cannot make changes along the way if it is not in the plan or it has to be tweaked, but this really provides the roadmap for us for the next 5 years. So that would be my brief presentation, pending any questions that council may have.
Brett, I have one quick question before I move on to others. Remind me, and I'm sorry if I missed it toward the front, to whom do you submit this plan?
State of Michigan Department of Natural Resources.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Wood.
Thank you, President Spatafor. Actually, this question is to you. We'll be setting the public hearing, but it's been our practice since I've been on council that we have, and it's varied anywhere from 4 meetings down to 1 meeting out in the public to allow for additional comments. I realize that we're dealing with COVID, and the likelihood is that before this is due, that we won't be at a place where we will be able to have that type of gathering. But I would encourage a special committee of a whole meeting sometime in January, at the early part, if not, no later than maybe the 20th of January, that we could hold a Zoom meeting, and a number of us can put that out for constituents to talk to us. I know, Brett, you've been involved in those before where we've gone over the high points and listened to comments from people. So that's my recommendation, is as we're looking at setting the public hearing, that be one of the things that we also look at.
It's a great idea, Councilmember Wood. We can certainly make that happen between now and, as you said, out the 20th of January. Probably not any time before the 4th, just because I know we're all looking forward to a little time off, and I don't want to interfere with the holidays, but that's definitely not a problem. So I'm Sherry's listening, I know, as she always is. So we'll make sure that we get something on the schedule to do that. And Brett, I think if we just same kind of presentation again when we have it specifically directed at this. So Brett, how many days do we need to notice this public hearing on this? Is this a standard notice? Can we set the hearing for the 11th?
Yeah, really, from the interest of the DNR, one of the requirements that we have is just that there is a public hearing on it, and we can show obviously the public participation that took place within the park board as well. But really a public hearing, they want within the board or the highest governing board that is going to pass that. And that would be you. Whether it has to, as far as the notice, we have already put out public notice of all of the public meetings that we have had so far on this.
Sure.
And there will be notice on the public meeting as well. And that goes into the plan again, just to demonstrate the input for the plan.
Right. Thank you. So, Carol, I'll come back to you, Mr. Smirka. We can set this for the 11th of January. There's no time problems with that, correct?
Yes, we looked at this morning and last week, and it's fine.
All right. There's a blank spot in the resolution just because we weren't quite sure on council office, so we wanted to make sure we had that date correct. Councilmember Wood.
I would encourage that we do look at the 11th. What we have seen in the past is that we've held the public hearing on the same night that we've had to vote on it, and changes that we have wanted to put into the draft plan. This has happened twice since I have done the 5-year plan, did not make it into the final copy that went over to the state. So by having the public hearing on the 11th and having a community meeting, we should be able to get those changes into the draft document in enough time so that on the 28th, I believe, is the meeting in January, the last meeting before this would have to be passed.
Yeah, and I think that's fine. I just want to let everyone know that every committee that has pushed anything out to the floor in the last few weeks has set for the 11th. So just settle in for a long set of public hearings on the 11th. But that's not a problem. We'll have a second Cal meeting as well on this. Okay, are there questions? This is obviously just setting a public hearing. We'll have a lot to digest. I know all of you probably haven't had a chance to read this cover to cover yet, but I've asked Sherry to please send it as a separate item to the council one more time, just to make sure it's top of mind for you. With that, though, I will ask the Vice President for a motion. And thank you, Brett, for your time this evening.
Sure. I would move the resolution to set a public hearing in consideration of the Parks and Recreation Draft Master Plan 2020 to 2025, and this would be for January 11th at 7 p.m.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to please, or Sherry, please call the roll.
Councilmember Wood.
Yes.
Councilmember Spitzley.
Yes.
Councilmember Garza.
Yes.
Councilmember Betts.
Yes.
Councilmember Hussein.
Yes.
Dunbar.
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson.
Yes.
Councilmember Spatafor.
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
Very good. I have received a number of hints that a break may be in order for our council, our committee. So I'm going to suggest we take about 10 minutes. I'll give you 10 minutes to stretch your legs and come back, and then we'll settle in for the rest of the committee of the whole meeting and the remainder of the city council meeting. So please be back here at 7:55. I'm going to pause my screen now. We got the recording going. All right. And I think our vice president is on his way. There he is. Okay. Thank you for your patience, folks. I hope that you all had productive use of your time. Next up is a discussion on the Housing and Urban Development HUD audit penalty communication. For that, I think we're talking to Ms. Kaler. Or maybe not. Ms. Harkins, who's presenting on this letter?
I thought Director Coleman.
Okay, I'm
here for
sorry.
this, yes.
I didn't see her on the list. Hold on a second. Let me find her.
She's in.
Oh, thank you. The virtual bouncer here helped us out. So, Director Coleman.
Yes, sir.
There you are. You are up presenting on the Housing and Urban Development Audit Penalty Communication that's in Council's possession.
All right, I need to pull that document up. But we did receive notification in October with regard to the HUD audit pertaining to funds that are owed due to conflict of interest. We are in the process of gathering information to address the additional concerns that they might have, to make sure that we have systems and processes in place in their minds to address whatever the concerns may be with regard to conflict of interest. I do know that the Finance Department and Nick's department are writing to request an extension to get information to them that hopefully will take us beyond the January due date. So we'll know more about that once it has been submitted and an outcome has been rendered.
Okay. So, questions from council? Councilmember Wood, sorry, your virtual hand was covered by my screen.
Not a problem. I just raised it. Thank you, President Spatafor. First of all, to Ms. Coleman, it's my understanding that we've not paid any money to HUD based on the penalties that they've issued. Is that correct?
That is correct. We have not made any payments yet.
And the total of those requests are Ms. Coleman, the total of the penalties requested from HUD are?
1 second, please. I'll have that.
Not a problem.
I think it's $233,710.28.
And yes, sir, that sounds about right.
And they have not reduced any of our funding coming in from community development block grants or the CARE grants or anything to offset these costs. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then this is for City Attorney Smrtka. I had asked, and I think you're compiling, I had asked for a list of all communications that were done either through letters or emails from Shelby Freyer or anyone that was responding to those inquiries from HUD. And I know you said you were, when I had asked for these, that they were things that you were working on. Do you have an idea when I might be able to get those? Jim, you're on mute.
Mary Bowen has been assigned to this for the beginning, and she is compiling all of that. We've also had FOIA requests for the same similar information. So I have to check with her, but probably 2 weeks we could have that to you.
Okay, an additional 2 weeks. Okay. Then I'm not sure whether this is for Mr. Smrtka or Ms. Coleman. In the investigation that was done, I think there were two different findings in the investigation. Can someone speak to the differences?
I would defer to Mr. Smirka.
Are you talking about the Plant Moran study, or are you talking about
Yes.
the Plant Moran study was addressed the fact that there were ESG funds that were unaccounted for. Is one of them, I think it was like $60,000 of credit card payments. And the other finding was regarding the conflicts of interest for the HUD grants to subrecipients, and the fact that there were, according to the report, relatives that were on the different boards that were recipients, and that there appeared to be no conflict of interest disclosures made at all, if I recall correctly. Those were the two major findings. It's a pretty elaborate report.
Of the credit card charges, how those were City of Lansing funds, is that correct? Not HUD funds?
Well, it's ESG, Emergency Services Grant. I think, I'm not sure if that's city or HUD. I don't know if Brian's on it all still.
Is that something you could get the information back to me, please?
Yeah, yes, we will.
All right, thank you. Thank
Are
you
you all-
at this time.
Thank you, Councilmember Wood. Councilmember Spitzley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I reviewed the document as well. Do we have a running total of how much we've spent, responding back and forth to the U.S. Attorney, to HUD, how much we spent on the Plant Moran and other audits that we've done as a result of all of this?
Plant Moran study, and there was an update, I believe, also that's part of the final report. It was approximately $60,000 to $65,000. The U.S. Attorney's Office, that was a direct contact between me and the U.S. Attorney. There was a request for a receiver. Joe Aboud, you're on. Can you address the receiver issue and any costs there?
Yes, good evening. A receiver, we did go to court. A receiver was reappointed for certain of the one child, one family assets. Approximately 9 residents, I believe, are under the control of the receiver. He is finalizing his final report for those assets and making sure that the conflicts of interest and any other funding has been accounted for to the court, and then the judge will make her final decision relative to the disposition of those assets, taking into account the receiver's recommendations. As for the cost of the receiver, that'll be submitted to the court for a final payout from the funds of the corporation that he is appointed receiver for.
So the City of Lansing is not paying any of his receiver costs?
I don't want to presume what the court is going to order at this point in time. I don't believe that the city is on the hook for any of the receiver costs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Spitzley. Councilmember Wood.
Can anyone answer whether there are residents in the 9 housing units at this time? And if the court ordered them to be sold, what would be the outcome for the residents in those housing units at this point?
If I may, I believe that my last understanding from the receiver was that the majority of the houses remain occupied and are functional. There were a couple of the units, and maybe just one, that was unable to be occupied because of repairs that needed to be made to the structure, but that was being taken care of at the last report I received. As far as the second part of the question, that's something that I don't have the specifics on. That's something that I think the receiver and the court would respond to in their actions.
Okay, thank you.
You all set, Councilmember Wood? Thank you. I see your hand
Yes,
up,
I
Councilmember
am.
Spitzley. Thank you, Councilmember Wood. Councilmember Spitzley?
One more question. So if the receiver's fee is coming out of the organizations that he's currently monitoring, how are we looking, and maybe this is kind of a legal thing that we can't answer, but are we looking to recoup our costs from those organizations that supposedly there is a conflict? The cost of the penalties?
As to whether or not any of the costs can be recovered as part of this court action, that will be based upon the recommendations of the receiver, the ability of the corporation to pay any such monies out, and the judgment of the court. That'll be up to the discretion of the court to order on this. Of course, the city always acts in a way to recoup any funds that it can through any of these legal proceedings.
Thank you, Mr. Booth.
And Mr. Aboud, we're going to be present at the final report, hopefully, when the hearing is set by Judge Dragonchuk.
Yes, we are a party to the action. We will be present at every step, correct?
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions from council members? Comments? All right, Mr. Smirka, Mr. Booth, thank you. And Director Coleman, thank you for being here this evening as well. I know Councilmember Woods had some outstanding requests for you all, and I know that you'll follow up with her, so I appreciate that. With that, we're going to move on to the final item on our agenda this evening, which we don't need to place that on file, correct? No, that I've already done that. Okay. The city attorney's legal opinion and analysis on current state of law on eliminating and modifying retiree healthcare. Give me about 30 seconds or so while we bring in the relevant folks for this meeting. To the meeting.
It should be here.
Mr. Tate, Ms. Kaler, Mr. Vance. I was told John Clark as well, or was that a mistake? I don't see a John Clark in our list.
I didn't see him in the attendee list.
Thought he was on.
John. There's a John Hanka. It's not a typo. A Clark, I guess. Mr. Tate, were you able to raise Mr. Clark?
Trying to contact him right now.
Thank you. Is it pertinent that he be here for the beginning of the discussion, or should we move on while we wait for him to join us?
I think we could move on.
Okay. It's my understanding, Ms. Kaler, you were going to start this off. Is that correct?
No, actually, the mayor was going to kick it off.
I'm sorry. I missed that memo. Mr. Mayor.
That's all right. Yeah, I'll introduce this. I know this is a conversation we've been having for a little while now. Clearly, we've got about a $736 million unfunded liability. We know that's increasing, and that's both legacy costs. So that's pension and healthcare. About 40 million of that comes from the city's general fund budget in the current budget, which is about 30% of the budget. So these costs are going to continue to rise. We know that that affects the financial resources for performing services for our residents, and that cost could also put retiree pensions at risk, which is a huge concern for me. We have seen, when I came in, we saw several reports about this. The Siegel report in 2017 laid out much of this information with the recommendations. I know council considered and passed the corrective action plans that we were required to send to the state under PA 202, where we talked about working on these healthcare changes. And we created council recommended creation of the chief strategy officer position a year or two ago, who has been working on this. So we received many recommendations from the FHT, the financial health team. They were the only ones to give us recommendations. They were costed out and the savings were projected. And many of the options to me went too far. Some of the options that other communities implemented, such as eliminating retiree healthcare costs entirely, moving employees to stipends, which I believe the city of Detroit did, and possibly the city of Flint is what I was told. Eliminating Medicare Part B contributions, which I think the city of Lincoln Park did. Eliminating dental and vision, and then mirroring retiree benefits and creating a hardship fund was kind of the last option on the table. So I rejected them all except for the last option because we wanted to make sure to maintain retiree health care. And that last option of mirroring would be what the current employees get, and then creating a hardship fund for those that wouldn't be able to pay. So you're all familiar with this. This has been discussed since mid-September. Once the recommendations came out, Lansing contacted Manquin Vance, and John Vance is with us to identify the most efficient healthcare savings service for our retirees. The RFPs were issued, which resulted in the selection of Humana for the post-65 population. And I believe PHP and Blue Cross were selected as our current providers to provide healthcare for the pre-65s, many of which are mirroring already, so wouldn't be affected. We do know that mirroring will increase some copays and deductibles. We do know that total costs will be capped, and I think they're going to explain all of that in the presentation. The retirees were sent a letter in September, and we met with the unions to let them know. As you all know, one of the letters went out prematurely because we were still meeting with the unions to let them know. Since then, we've had a lot of conversations, a lot of communications. Judy Keeler has been incredible talking to many of our retirees and talking with our unions. And I know we recently had a meeting where some council members were there and retirees. We're going to continue to hear from folks from these meetings, from council meetings, from the 2 or 3 or 4 public meetings we've had, the webinars, and we're going to continue to hear any suggestions. I welcome any suggestions from member of this council, but up till now, nobody's been able to provide any immediate solutions that will significantly reduce this liability. So we'll continue to have those conversations going into next year. You know, this is a year-by-year issue. I really hope that we can all work together to come up with some further solutions. We have, again, engaged the unions, and Judy is talking to them to see what other solutions are out there. But up till now, the mirroring is the only solution we have that puts even a dent in this. You know, an 8 million or so savings of the 40 million we spend per year. It's not going to solve the problem, but it's going to put a dent in it. So, you know, all that being said, I know this is difficult, and you know, I've said from the beginning, we've all said that we have to make tough decisions in order to maintain our fiscal stability, and so this is a tough decision. But you know, we're doing what we need to do. So Judy is here, Nick is here for questions from my office for things that they have been working through. But I believe Jim is going to discuss the legal opinion. And then John Vance is here from Manquin Vance to discuss everything that is being done, all the mirroring and how we're communicating that. So Jim, it's your show.
If I may, Mr. Chair, let me get to the burning questions first that are all on your minds. No, we did not pay for that legal opinion, number one. Number two, we did not engage Mr. Martin, Mr. Clark. I keep changing him with someone else. We did not engage him to write that opinion. That opinion was written for another client that's not it's another client, and it was not a city client. That is an internal city client. When I heard about it, I called Mr. Clark and asked if he could share that opinion with us. He agreed. I'm assuming he talked to his client. And I said, would you put it to me directly for work product, attorney-client privilege, so that I could then use it when we briefed counsel on the legal strategies, because we're facing litigation. We're also facing potential arbitration. That was intended to be discussed with counsel in a closed session, which is permissible under the Open Meetings Act, and which we have done all the time on the constant 30+ lawsuits that the city is facing. Unfortunately, the session did not carry enough votes. Mr. Spatafor, if I recall, said that we were not waiving the privilege for that. That was part of attorney work product, along with all other resources that we use in trying to provide the best litigation services for the city. It was not intended to be out there in the public, because that was our internal strategy for dealing with lawsuits that are going to come. We've had threats on both grievances and litigation. So that's where that was. That's where we are right now. We didn't pay for it. Now, after discussing everything with Mr. Clark, and Mr. Clark and I had this understanding that he was not representing the city. And I think he can confirm that with you today. So after discussing it and looking at the law, and we have been looking at this law for 3 years. I think Councilmember Wood would remember I dealt with this issue in Ways and Means on the healthcare when she was chair of that committee. We have kept track of the law, and the law has been changing, starting with the federal decisions and then the state decisions. So I have, after looking at Mr. Clark's credentials in the different municipalities that he has represented, to me, he was an expert. And so we have put him under an expert consulting contract so that he could potentially be a witness. And that the authority for that is found in the purchasing ordinance in 206.01. So that's an hourly rate. And again, if it's as needed in connection with litigation that may be filed very soon. So I covered the closed session. I don't know if there are any other questions you have on that, but we did not hire him as special legal counsel, and he was not hired to write the opinion. It was done voluntarily after he consulted with his client. And I just asked him to address it to me so I could discuss this with you, legal strategy in a closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Smirkow. I've got one hand up for from Councilmember Spitzley, excuse me.
Thank you, President Spatafor. So I have a couple questions.
Sure.
So you said that the letter was generated for another client, a City of Lansing employee, or a client outside of the City of Lansing for one of their clients?
It was a client outside of the organizational structure of the city.
Okay.
But it dealt with the City of Lansing. All that happened was,
And that document is appropriately privileged?
it was addressed to me under attorney-client privilege for work product purposes in connection with litigation strategy.
But it wasn't work product. Okay, right. All right. It wasn't, I mean, my response would be, it wasn't work product that you commissioned specifically for
Correct. Correct. But it was agreed to be given to me under attorney-client privilege as work product, because that was what we were doing, was studying this whole issue.
Okay. And then my last question is, I understand that you did not commission him to do the legal work. But you did say you commissioned him for a follow-up study. Is that correct?
No. I've had questions. He's on an hourly rate to be used as an expert or expert witness in arbitration or litigation. I have asked for certain clarification of his opinion, and that's basically it.
And those kind of contracts are outside the purview of the city council, isn't that correct? The mayor has the authority to enter into those. So has the solo.
No, the city attorney is authorized under 206.01. Okay. And I had this discussion with the prior city council. I actually drafted that provision, having the same discussion that we need flexibility.
Oh, that's right.
Off of the city attorney to be able to do this, because we were supposed to handle the legal affairs for the city.
I get the contract thing. The letter still kind of raises my eyebrows, but thank you. That's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Wood, I'm gonna have you do one more question, then we're gonna move with the presentation and do all our questions toward the end if we could, but I don't want to cut you off this time, so go ahead.
Have no problem waiting if that's what you would rather.
If you don't mind, I would appreciate it, so we can get through the presentations and on the questions. No, it's fine. Mr. Smirka asked for questions. I just wanted to, we'll move it on to the rest of the presentation. So we'll have you first, Councilmember Wood, and then Mr. Smirka.
Thank you.
Whoever's next, please go ahead.
I believe it's John, correct?
John Vance, Mr. Vance?
John Clark, I believe, correct? That was
Yeah, good afternoon, or I'm sorry, good evening. Oh, let me.
No, you're fine. You're
Council, I appreciate this opportunity, Council President, Council Vice President, members of Council. I wish that we had an opportunity to meet in person as opposed to on video. I understand the situation. So I do appreciate the time. Mr. Smirka has indicated the relationship correctly. The opinion that we issued originally was for another client. It was all based on public information, which is basically CBAs and ordinances in the charter. That client waived the privilege, so I was able to give a copy of the opinion to Mr. Smirka, who, as he indicated, wanted the opinion addressed to him directly so that we could house that within the attorney-client privilege. That there has been some updates, and as you'll note, that the opinion you have is a consolidated opinion. There have been some updates or been some further analysis and things that we have done, but it's been a purely legal relationship. We have not represented the city in any adversarial proceeding or taken any formal stance with any of the unions or any litigation or anything at that point. So I'm simply here to advise him as your chief legal officer in regards to this very difficult and complicated process. So just a little bit about myself. I've been in the legal business 25 years, been representing communities in North and South, East and West in the state of Michigan, primarily in labor and employment. I've consulted with the Department of Treasury and was on retainer with them for several years in regards to providing consultation on retiree healthcare benefits. I've litigated lawsuits in regards to retiree healthcare modifications in the state court up to the Michigan Supreme Court, and also in federal court up to the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals. I have a very good understanding of the law. The law is not exact, but quite frankly, where it stands today is much different than it was. Very briefly, pre-2015 and for decades, the courts would look at contracts and say if the contract was silent in regards to whether the retiree healthcare obligations continued, that the inference was that there was a lifetime vested benefit. And in 2015, in a case called Tackett, which was before the Michigan Supreme Court, the court in a 9-0 opinion, which is unheard of, especially in these last decades, determined that the inference actually is the other way, that unless a contract is specific in terms of the extension of healthcare benefits beyond the term of the contract, that the obligation to provide that benefit ceases when that contract expires. And the most common place, and you'll note in the opinion, the most common place for that language is in the durational clause. And the example would be this contract has a term through July 1st, 2021, with the exception of retiree healthcare that will continue through 2025 or 2035 or 2055 or et cetera, et cetera. We reviewed not every single contract. We reviewed samplings from the last 4 or 5 decades. We reviewed ordinances. We reviewed employment contracts, handbooks, et cetera. And our review process is still ongoing. There's still some things that we are looking at. But generally speaking, again, this is not for every single retiree. Generally speaking, it's our opinion that the city does have latitude to make modifications to retiree healthcare. One point I want to point out, I think there may be some confusion on this. Based on our analysis, anybody who retires under a contract is entitled to the benefit in that contract until the contract expires. So for example, if someone were to retire on December 15, 2020, and they have a contract and their union contract is in place to 2023, the city would not be able to modify that employee's benefits until that contract expires in 2023. And again, we have been working with the city attorney's office and Mr. Vance in terms of trying to determine if there are classifications of certain retirees that may have a different set of circumstances based on their contracts. The city also had these early retirement incentive programs that we do address in our letter. Those are very different animals. Those, in essence, are contracts where somebody says, "Hey, I'm willing to retire, but I want you to lock in my benefits," and the city agreed to do that. Those types of programs are very common in the municipal world. I'm not saying I like them or agree with them, but they're common. So those obviously are a different animal. So the opinion is not a complete black and white. There is some gray, of course, as there always is in the law, and your city attorney will confirm that with you, and I'm sure he has in the past. So, I just want to kind of give you, kind of what the relationship is, some of my background to understand that this is what I've been doing this for a long time, and the fact that there was a lot of thought put into this opinion. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Vance. I know he's got a short presentation for you in terms of what the city is looking at in terms of modifications, and I'll stick around in the event that there are questions for me.
Thank you. Would you like me to share my screen now?
Yes, if you have something to share.
Thank you. And if someone is possibly able to please add Mark Manquin, I believe he's an attendee. If someone could add him too, please, that would be great. Okay. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. All right, so again, good evening. Thank you again very much for giving us some time tonight to present. I have Mark Manquin on the line with me as well from our organization, as well as Kim Coulis, and we are from Manquin Vance, the City of Lansing's healthcare consultant. We are here certainly tonight to discuss the upcoming retiree healthcare changes. I'd like to spend a few moments, not too long, first on a couple of slides just to give a little history and context. So the first bit of history and context is we were formed in 2005, about 15 years ago. Our office works exclusively with public sector employers throughout Michigan. We have about 40 public sector clients. The vast majority are municipal. I'd say probably 37, 38 are municipal. So this is a type of engagement and the scope of services we offer that we're very accustomed to throughout the state with quite a few municipalities. As you've heard earlier tonight, in late 2019, the city solicited a public RFP for a healthcare consultant, and we were selected as the winner based on the scope of service we offer to the city as well as all of our clients, again, which is kind of that sub-bullet there, and I'm not going to read that, but ultimately, it's more or less our scope of services we offer to each of our clients. We had some initial strategy meetings, and it was determined that projects would be broken into multiple phases based on the level of urgency, which we'll get into that certainly quite a bit more momentarily. This is important just because I feel like it adds some context of why retiree healthcare. Our initial focus when hired by any municipal client or public client is to conduct what we call a full forensic audit. This affords us two benefits. The first of which is to get a feel for what do you look like? How do your plans look, the cost, the plan structure, et cetera. It also gives us the opportunity to determine whether there's any efficiencies that can be gained. We sometimes call them low-hanging fruit. When we conducted that analysis and review, we were able to uncover almost $1 million of annual savings for the city of Lansing through a myriad of changes and alterations. The great news is none of these negatively impacted a single employee or retiree. They had to do with conducting negotiations when there was a little too much fat in your contracts, changing the type of contract and how you pay your carriers. I can go into detail if interested, but that amounted to be almost $1 million a year. Now, from our early conversations, we were instructed that this just wasn't necessarily far enough based on the city's skyrocketing retiree healthcare costs, its unfunded healthcare liability. It needed to look a little bit deeper. And so the question then becomes, where can the money come from? And that's why it's so important that I let you know we conducted this forensic audit on the front end, because our question always is, why look for deep cuts when you have low-hanging fruit? So we wanted to make sure you understand really the easier, non-intrusive savings really were the first item that we got out of the way. Now, where do we find the next $1 million, $2 million, whatever it may be? And that's on the bottom bullet, where we, as we do with any municipal client, we provide tracks. Because again, if we don't necessarily know a client well, or where their philosophies are, et cetera, we're going to provide the full continuum from minor changes all the way to unbelievably aggressive. When we did this, there were some items that you heard earlier stated by Mayor Shore were immediately dismissed, some that were considered and dismissed late in the process, and others that are being implemented for January 1, 2021. To give you an example, one track that was considered was to eliminate retiree dental and vision. It would have saved the city about $900,000 a year. That is no longer being considered. Retiree dental and vision continue. Another change that was considered was eliminating the city's reimbursement of Medicare Part B premiums. The city's one of our few clients, most of our clients don't do this, that will reimburse Medicare retirees their Part B premiums. The city pays over $2 million a year in this reimbursement, and it was decided to keep that status quo too, no elimination. And then finally, something we showed that we show again, all clients to get a feel for what they prefer, was we looked at what's called a stipend track. That's what the city of Detroit went with and implemented. That's what the city, Wayne County implemented, the city of Wayne, the city of Inkster. How that works is full elimination of retiree healthcare, give retirees a set amount of money and let them shop on the open market. That by far is the most intrusive model, much more out of pocket than anything we're going to be discussing today, multiple fold. So that was quickly dismissed as well. So that was, again, just to give you some context of some considerations. The last page I'll show you before I get into the new plans is kind of like a where are we now, if you will. Right now, how many retirees did the city provide retiree healthcare to? What is the city's retiree healthcare budget? Again, excluding pension, excluding workers' comp, I'm sitting specifically to group healthcare. Well, one thing we assisted the city was to provide a projected healthcare budget for July of 2020 through June of 2021. When we did that, we projected about $32 million of total employee and retiree healthcare for medical, drug, dental, and vision, of which retirees are over 2/3. So the city is spending 1/3 on active employees on healthcare and 2/3 are on retirees, over $22 million a year. The much larger number that the city really wanted to focus on is its unfunded healthcare liability. Every public employer in Michigan that has pension or retiree healthcare must comply with a state law, Public Act 202. It has to be transparent and report to the state treasury what its unfunded liabilities are. Now, I'm not including pension here. That's not our focus or specialty, just healthcare, which is called OPEB, other post-employee benefits. It's just retiree healthcare liability. The city, as of October 2020, again, public record, is about $431 million combined of unfunded liability that the city needs to find that money to be able to fund its current promise of healthcare, or current, the current healthcare that's being received, I should say. And that ends up being about 19%. So the city's only funded 19% combined between general, fire, and police, and that does not include its very large pension liability, which is obviously concerning as well. So now as we get to the actual changes, and I'll hand it over to Kim in my office momentarily to get a little more in depth, but just very high level. One thing I want to make sure is crystal clear is that the changes for January 1 are on the group platform. Here's why that's important. There is group coverage, and then there's the healthcare reform individual coverage. There's individual Medicare Advantage plans. Those are night and day from what we are discussing here and had put forth in front of the city. For example, a Medicare Advantage plan on the individual market, which is not what this is, has a lot more out of pocket. It's death by a million cuts. It has the dreaded donut hole for prescription drugs. It has 6-tier drug plans. That's not what this is. This is a group platform. So I just want to make sure that's understood, and that's been articulated to retirees through, we've had webinars, we've had meetings, et cetera, and communications. No in-person meetings, I'm sorry, just to make sure that's clear due to COVID. So the changes for January 1st are that pre-Medicare retirees will retain their same carriers, but just have a plan design that resembles more closely to what actives receive. So the deductible will be $500. The prescription drug plan will be 10 generic, 40 for preferred brand, 80 for non-preferred brand. Dental and vision is not touched. Medicare Part B reimbursements are not touched. Medicare members, effective January 1st, are also moving to plan levels that resemble active plans. Again, a $500 deductible, 10, 40, 80 drugs, but through Humana. So I heard one question in public comment that really piqued my interest earlier today, and it was that the savings are larger for Medicare than pre-Medicare. And the exclusive reason for that is because your current Medicare contract is not nearly as efficient as your new Medicare contract. And that's not because obviously there's a benefit difference, but just mostly that's because your current Medicare medical and drug platform is it's not nearly as financially as efficient as it should be. And to the point where when we put this out to bid and had 6 different Medicare carriers quote, all of them saved money over your current. Okay, so that's why there's so much more savings on the Medicare. It's not because there's more pain, it's the same change for actives and retirees. They're just going to be moving to $500 deductible, 10, 40, 80 drug card. It just so happens Medicare are moving to Humana. So if we combine the retiree changes, we're right around almost $7.1 million in annual savings. You see how we break it out by pre-Medicare and Medicare. I underscore the word estimated OPEB reduction. So we showed the unfunded healthcare liability here on this page of $431 million. The estimated, based on using the 2017 Siegel report, the city will get new numbers that will validate this, and it will be different, better or worse, that needs to be stated. But assuming the Siegel report holds, that will be a 45% reduction in OPEB, which will reduce the city's unfunded healthcare liability by almost $200 million. Okay. Now, if we add the savings from the third slide, which were more efficiency driven, the city's total savings, retiree plus efficiencies, which didn't have any negative member impact, will be a little over $8 million a year. And those are the savings. Some of them have already been received, meaning the efficiency savings have already occurred. They started, some of them as early as March when we initially presented these changes to the city. Some of them as recently as July 2020. The retiree changes are all January 1. I'm going to turn it over to Kimberly Coulis in my office, who's going to provide some information about the pre-Medicare and Medicare plans, kind of a current versus new plan, if you will.
So we were asked, good evening, everyone. We were asked to kind of do a high level overview of what some of the changes would actually look like for the retiree group. And I've separated these into 2 slides so that we have pre-Medicare first on page 6, and then we'll look at the Medicare individuals on page 7. So currently the city has approximately 22 different combinations of medical plans and prescription drug plans available for the pre-Medicare folks. So what we're showing here in this grid is the plan design for current that has the largest enrollment for pre-Medicare retirees. And when we look at the current to the new plan, you'll see that the majority of the retirees that are pre-Medicare are in a plan that has a 0 deductible. They have 100% coverage for preventive care. Coinsurance, most services are covered at 100%. They have a $10 office visit copay, no ER copay, and then their prescription drug copays where you see 5, 10, 10, that represents $5 for a generic preferred brand is $10 and non-preferred brand is $10. The overall out-of-pocket maximum, which I'll explain in just a moment, is $6,350. When we look at the right side of the page, we're looking at this, what the new benefits will be for pre-Medicare retirees. Again, they're not changing benefit carriers. They're still going to be covered by either Blue Cross or PHP, but their deductible would be increased to $500 a year. Their preventive care is still covered at 100%. Coinsurance, which I'll give an example of momentarily, would be 80% after deductible for most services. Their maximum out of pocket for their deductible and coinsurance combined would be $1,500 annually. They have a $30 office visit. Emergency room would be a $150 copay, but if someone is admitted to the hospital through the emergency room, that copay would be waived. And then prescription drug copays, as John previously mentioned, are being increased to $10 for generic, $40 for preferred brand, and $80 for non-preferred brand. And then their out-of-pocket maximum is $6,350. Now, again, the current benefits are just one plan. There are other plans that the current retirees have that include some deductibles, copays, and coinsurances, but we wanted to kind of show the plan that would have the most changes from current to the new plan. So for example, if I'm someone that is in, if I have a hospital stay after January 1st, when I move to the new plan, I would have a $500 deductible. So I would be responsible for the first $500 in services. After that deductible is met, then Blue Cross or PHP would process that benefit, that claim. They would pay 80% of the charge. I would be responsible for 20% of that charge, but my coinsurance of 20% would max at $1,000. So once I have an out-of-pocket cost of $500 in a deductible and $1,000 in a coinsurance, and I've hit that $1,500 deductible and coinsurance maximum for one plan year, my costs for medical services would be capped for deductible and coinsurance. So you might ask, well, how do I get to that out-of-pocket maximum of $6,350? Now, keep in mind, $6,350 is not a guaranteed payment. The only way that I can get between my maximum deductible and coinsurance maximum of $1,500 to $6,350 would be in flat dollar copays. So I would have to incur $30 office visit copays, prescription drug copays, emergency room copays to get to the difference between from meeting $1,500 to $6,350. That $6,350 overall maximum includes the original $1,500 for my deductible and my coinsurance, plus any other flat dollar copays that I incur in one calendar year. So worst case scenario with copays would be $6,350. Now, although that seems like a large amount, most end users don't accumulate that many flat dollar copays to reach the $6,350. So if you have, again, the message here is if you have, a lot of hospital expenses or you have a lot of doctor's offices, etc., worst case scenario, yes, could be $6,350. But in most cases, individuals don't hit that $6,350. If I have a hospital stay, for knee surgery or a hip surgery, my maximum liability for a hospital stay would be $500 in a deductible and $1,000 in coinsurance to the combined deductible and coinsurance maximum of $1,500. So as we talk about, that's pre-Medicare's. Now, when we go to slide 7, we're now talking about the Medicare group. So we have the same scenario with the Medicare individuals. The city has 8 different Medicare medical plans and 9 combinations of prescription drug plans. So again, for the current benefits, we're showing the plan that has the largest enrollment of Medicare individuals. And same scenario. So when we walk through this scenario, we're looking at the deductible, the coinsurance, the office visit copays, the prescription drug copays, and then we're comparing that to the new plan effective January 2021. They have a deductible, they have coinsurance, they have a deductible and coinsurance maximum, and then they have an out-of-pocket maximum. So for the medical, just like the prior page, we would have a medical maximum of $500 for a deductible, $1,000 for coinsurance for combined $1,500. Now, prescription drug copays for the Medicare individuals is a larger out-of-pocket maximum than what we showed you for pre-Medicare. But as you can see, the copays would be increased, but the maximum out-of-pocket for prescription drugs works after January 1st, just like it works today under their current plan. So their out-of-pocket maximum for prescriptions is $65.50. Tomorrow, or excuse me, after January 1st, it will also be $65.50. Now, again, there are members that have Medicare members that have some deductible currently, some copays. So not all of the Medicare members will see a difference in increased costs that is as great as the one we're showing here on this page. But I think the key to remember here is we have had some individuals that assume their out-of-pocket costs are going to be exponentially higher. And as you can see from these slides and from the educational webinars that I'll talk about in a couple slides, you know, they do not have infinite payments for their out-of-pocket expenses. There are caps to those expenses. So there is protection from those high catastrophic claims or inpatient hospital claims that they might incur.
Before I go to the next slide, I just want to make a quick note. These out-of-pocket maximums didn't exist before PPACA or Obamacare, however it is you refer to healthcare reform. They didn't exist. Out-of-pockets were infinite. And so once they were implemented, that's a wonderful addition to healthcare. But it scared a lot of people because they see this large number and assume it's like a number you must reach. It's not. It's just when the costs stop. And so it's not a number where folks should see it and say, that's my new out-of-pocket. And that's just not the case. That's why we try to put it more into a real world situation.
Right. And through the educational sessions, we did, you know, make that message clear to the members that attended the educational seminars so that it eased some of their anxiety over what their maximum payments on these plans would be. And for the Medicare folks, particularly, as John mentioned, we did continue the Medicare Part B reimbursements. So that is being continued. They are switching to Humana, but their plans work the same with regard to how the copays are done. They pay a flat dollar copay for office visits. They still have 100% coverage for preventive care, et cetera.
I think what's also important to understand is on the prescription drug side, you see three copay levels, $10, $40, and $80. About 85% of the utilization, the drug spend in the group is on generic drugs. There are so many generic drugs in the marketplace today that a predominant number of retirees are taking generic drugs. So they're going to be more on the $10 copay level. Of course, there's going to be those individuals on specialty drugs that will cost $80. But to Kim's point, to accumulate copays to get to the $65.50 is fairly unusual. Most medical procedures will cap you out at the $1,500. And then the rest of the year, say for instance, your hospital stay is in February, the remaining part of the year, you're going to be paying copays. There won't be significant out-of-pocket costs with additional hospital visits or additional medical procedures.
Right. And the last thing I'll note before we move on, this is a group Medicare Advantage plan. There is no donut hole. If anyone is familiar with individual Part D plans on the individual market for themselves, parent, friend, neighbor, whatever it may be, they have drug plans that look very different. Percent copays, a donut hole where you're covered only at a percentage. That is not what's happening here. That does not exist for the group plan. There's some behind the scenes mechanics. Your members will never feel it. And you have this today. You have a Medicare Part D plan today. The only thing that's changing is the carrier's changing from Express Scripts to Humana. So any of those mechanics of a Part D plan are the same, just now moving to Humana versus previously Express Scripts. Okay, a few slides back, you saw we had a brief bullet on the hardship program. And so the city is also rolling out, in tandem with these changes, a hardship program. And so how this will work is if any retiree has household income of $25,520 or less in a year, they are eligible for a $1,000 taxable payment. So the mechanics, just very quickly, the city will request household income information to be sent to the city. And if under this threshold, then they will be eligible. We nor the city have any access to an individual's true household income because that's just not public record. That's not information we nor you should have, as far as having that already. So we only have pension right now. So what we did is put the pension numbers into a table that helps us determine how many may be eligible. But again, we'll know officially once the city receives household income information. And so as of right now, we kind of stratified the data into buckets to say, well, 25.5 and under, 610 retirees are a little over a third. Now, of course, they may have income a little bit higher. So maybe the final number ends up lower than that. That we won't know until the information comes in. So those individuals will receive a $1,000 taxable payment, assuming they are eligible. Furthermore, they have to experience a plan change. So for example, 1/4 of the city's pre-Medicare retirees are already on the same plan as actives. They're not feeling this change. Therefore, number one, they're not feeling the change. Number two, there wouldn't be a hardship because there's no reason to justify a hardship because there's no new out of pocket. Okay. And so this slide gives you a feel for where the pensions are kind of stratified right now with, like I said, a little over a third at 25.5 and under. And then you go all the way up to those that are 50 and up and 75 and up. So that's police and fire as well as your general. I'll turn it over to Kim for some discussions on communication support, what exists now, what has been rolled out, and what will continue to exist and roll out for the city's retirees to provide support.
So one of the important things that the retirees were notified of is the customer call centers that are available to both the pre-Medicare and Medicare retirees. So we have Health Advocate is set up for the pre-Medicare retirees to call with to get information on their current plans and how that current plan compares to what the new plan will be, as well as the Medicare retirees. So the city of Lansing has had a relationship with AmWins for quite some time to help retirees with the current retiree programs, answer their questions, field concerns to them. AmWins is still in place for the Medicare retirees as well. So I know we've had a few individuals who have tried to contact Humana directly, and really they should be contacting AmWins with their questions because AmWins has all of the information available to them to answer the questions on what are my current benefits today? What are my current benefits going to be tomorrow? How will my specific prescription drug be affected by the changes? AmWins is ready to answer those questions, work directly with Humana because it is true that Humana cannot look up someone in the system until they're physically active with Humana after January 1st. However, we have a concierge service with Humana. They have a team of individuals that is working with AmWins, an assigned team of individuals working with AmWins. So if a retiree calls AmWins, they can get those questions answered specifically for those individuals and get correct information back to them. So, I want to make it clear that we have resources set up for both the pre-Medicare and Medicare retirees to get information on their specific concerns prior to the effective date to help them understand how the benefits will work. After the effective date, these customer call centers can also help them coordinate care. They can help them make appointments. They can research, prescription drugs that might be assigned to them, or if someone's newly diagnosed with a disease or a chronic condition and they need help just coordinating with making different appointments, they can help with that. We've also sent communications to the retirees, as well as all of the retirees were invited to webinars that were hosted to help educate them on what the new plan changes will be. So, for example, Humana hosted very detailed informational webinars on December 3rd and December 8th for the Medicare population so that they could learn about some of the different parameters and provisions of their program, such as, what is my out-of-pocket going to be? How is my prescription drug going to work? Does the donut hole apply to me? And, those are obviously some information we gave you tonight, but through those educational webinars, they have the ability to learn about the new plans that they will be enrolling in for January 1st. But if they didn't attend those webinars, they can certainly reach out to the customer call centers and get the information that they need prior to the effective date. And then lastly, one thing I did want to also bring up that I should have said when I was reviewing the the side-by-sides is for those retirees that pay contributions, that pay a premium in order to be enrolled in their retiree health care program. Every retiree received information on what their premiums would be effective July 1st. And for those that have those premiums now, their premiums will not be changing January 1st. They would be paying the same premium that the option 1 program is for them, whether it's with Blue Cross or PHP. So if they're enrolled in Blue Cross or PHP, the information that was distributed would have the cost for the option 1 plan, and that premium would be remaining the same effective January 1st. It's not until we go through open enrollment that potentially there could be changes to those contributions, but the cost that they're paying today for the option 1 plan, which is the plan that's being implemented, would not be changed that they saw for July.
Want to open it up if there are any questions or any slides you'd like us to point back to?
Sure. I think I can see everybody. So are there questions? I don't. Oh, Carol, there you are. Okay, sorry.
Sorry about that. I can't get the hand raised. I'd like to start with the city attorney, if I may. And maybe Mr. Clark can answer a couple of these questions before I ask the city attorney. Mr. Clark, is your client the FHT team?
I'm not going to provide that information.
Okay. Mr. Clark, in the Exhibit A that you have listed the collective bargaining contracts. Are you aware that, let me get to those just a second. Are you aware that the Capital City Labor Program, that their membership ratified a contract on April 18th, 2019, and this contract covers July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2022?
I'm not familiar with that specific contract. I may have been.
All right. Are you, and that was the non-supervisory unit. Are you aware, Mr. Clark, of the Capital City Labor Program Supervisory Unit, that on October 25th, 2019, their membership ratified a contract, and that contract is for July 16th, 2019 through May 30th, 2022?
Yeah, let me generally say I'm aware that all of the bargaining groups have current contracts with the exception of the firefighters.
Why are those not listed as part of the information that you have in Appendix A?
Because I think at the time I didn't have those. I believe I have those contracts now. And in fact, I had discussions with HR about amending or updating the opinion to include those. However, I am aware that they have not included any language in the durational clause that I discussed earlier that would modify that portion of our opinion. I've had those discussions with HR and are aware that those, whether they were bargained or not, I'm not sure, but ultimately those contracts do not have the durational language that would somehow modify the opinion. Again, could there be one-offs? Is there a group or two that may have a different circumstance based on those current contracts? That could be the case.
So
And
have
this-
you read
this-
the,
This opinion does not cover every single retiree under every circumstance. And the city is aware that there are going to be carve-outs and exceptions to what we have stated in that opinion.
so did you read the UAW contract
I've reviewed it, yes.
and their provisions of the UAW contract, you believe do not qualify? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that at all, and I'm certainly not in a position now to provide legal advice about a contract that I don't have in front of me. As I indicated, I've been provided with those contracts, and I intend to update the opinion to include the current contracts.
Mr. Smirker, would you like to, looks like you want to say something.
Members of the council, Madam Council Member, there's a pending grievance on that issue that we've been in communication with the UAW, and I think this probably is not proper questioning it at this time in open session. We are in communication with the UAW's attorneys. Mr. Aboud, I think you could address that also.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. We have been contacted by counsel for the union. We are aware that a grievance has been filed. We are aware that there are different viewpoints relative to the law. And the city attorney's office is reviewing all these opinions, including Mr. Clark's on this. So that's the status is ongoing. And relative to what should be discussed in open session by the determining, legislative body, we're bridging upon difficult areas for the city's legal positions.
If I might also add, now that we're sort of getting into this discussion, because of the proposed litigation against the city and because of the grievance that was filed or is about to be filed in the communication from council, I have had to recuse myself because I have partial eligibility to retiree health care. So I have filed an affidavit I've informed the administration and have filed today an application to the ethics board for a decision. So Joe Aboud will be handling these issues for the city until the ethics board rules.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smirka.
My next question is, there was a statement early on, and I believe it came from the mayor, who indicated the corrective action plan. After reviewing the corrective action plan, there's nothing in there, the corrective action plan, that talks about the fact that we would be changing the retiree healthcare benefits that are there. What it talks about is the fact that we will work collectively with the unions to try to come up with a resolve. So I want to make that abundantly clear. There's been some allegations that council was aware of these changes, and I just want to make sure that we're clear on the fact that just because council approved a corrective action plan, it did not have these provisions in that collective action plan. Also, Mr. Vance, can you tell us when you applied for the RFP with the city?
Ms. Wood, I would have to go back and review our record. Recall, and Mark, you may recall a little more clearly, but it was sometime around perhaps the fall. It was a public RFP, as I recall, and we submitted our response based on the deadlines. There was an interview process, but I don't recall the exact timeline, other than it was fourth quarter or so of 2019.
And John, the RFP was issued on October the 22nd. The due date for our response was November the 19th. And then the interviews took place in December. So it covered about a 2-month period, the entire process for the city.
Pretty typical process that we've seen.
And you were awarded the contract when?
I believe it was in January.
Yeah, I believe it was effective January 1st.
And then did I understand correctly that in March you made presentations to the administration on your recommendations?
We presented the results. I don't know if I would say recommendations. We present options. To really just, we're a consultant. So yes, our job really is to provide options and advice and education. And so we presented a report, yes, in late March with our initial analysis and the tracks, if you will, of a myriad of different options.
And in your PowerPoint, it says you also made presentation to the FHT team in April.
Yes.
You did not feel at any time that it was necessary that you should come before the city council?
My understanding is that a presentation was made to city council with this information in March. We were under that impression.
And who gave you that information?
That was the prior strategy officer. Yes, the prior strategy officer.
Okay. Have you done an actuary on any of the numbers that you've put together?
Yeah, we are not an actuarial firm. And so
I'm not asking if you are, I'm asking, did you ask an actuarial firm to look at the numbers that you have projected out there based on the information that you have?
All right, so there's two ways I'd like to answer this question. First is, do I trust our savings estimate? The second one is the unfunded healthcare liability reduction. The unfunded healthcare liability reduction, that's between the city and its actuarial firm that it would hire to update OPEB reports. As far as our projected savings, those do not require actuarial intervention. I would say that we have multiple 15, 20-year analysts in our firm. And I also will tell you that the vast majority of the savings projected are fixed. So it's not necessarily even requiring of an actuary's kind of gut estimate, modeling, forecasting. It's literally, I pay X in cash, I'll now pay Y in cash. The vast majority of the projected savings is truly fixed.
So when you looked at your projections, you saw that there would be savings in healthcare, but if we look at those that are on duty disability, that will now move from their health care to workers' comp, which is another expense from the city, you're just shifting it from one plate to another. Isn't that correct?
No. Kim, can you go into some detail if you're still on the call?
Yeah, someone that's on a duty disability and is on workers' comp currently is still going to have health care under the new arrangement. And certainly this is something that we can handle on a more specific basis, on a one-on-one basis with these individuals to make sure that they're comfortable. And we can work with AmWins or the insurance carriers that they're currently covered under to make sure, and then with the workers' comp carrier to make sure that there is, that everybody understands there's still going to be health coverage tomorrow like they have coverage today. I mean, there's still going to be the employer paid health insurance is still going to be available to them.
I'd like to read you an email that I received today or on Friday. My mother is a widow and used my dad's City of Lansing insurance as her secondary insurance. She's on Medicare. My mother called me this morning crying. The city automatically enrolled her in the Humana Medicare Advantage plan without contacting her, which also triggered her primary state of Michigan insurance to be canceled, where she had worked it's her primary insurance. This happened automatically as you only have one Medicare plan. They did this their way too soon before she could opt out of the city Humana plan. What a mess this called, because it was pushed through with no forethought. I expressed my concern on the Facebook retirees page. This has happened to a lot of seniors. It's such a mess. The state of Michigan had to have a special meeting this morning when by others that had contacted them. Just trying to get this straightened out. She's a mess. So
Yeah,
when we look at,
I'm sorry.
when we look at these, we see that there are a number of individuals that are impacted by some of the decisions that have been made and the stress that they're going through. Sure, you might be able to work through this and get her back, but you're not going to relieve her from the stress that she's had to endure during this period of time. Also, I know that you talked about a number of meetings that you've had where that was put out for retirees to be part of. I will tell you, and I'm sure different council members can also attest to the fact of getting emails from a number of retirees who could not log into the meetings, who had one problem after another, and were so frustrated through the process that they didn't know where to turn or what to do. So I'm not sure who's setting up the meetings. I'm not sure how they're being run, but I will tell you that this is not a seamless situation, and it's creating, again, undue problems for a number of people. I know that I have two other colleagues that are waiting. I have other questions, but I'll be glad to turn it over to them for the time being.
Thank you. Yes. And I'm going to ask council to keep an eye on the time too. We are still in committee of the whole for those who are watching from home. I'm going to start with Councilman Garza. You had your hand up first. Councilman Garza.
Thank you, Council President. I'll be brief. Carol already answered one of my other questions. So I think this goes to Mr. John Vance. When you stated earlier that 2/3 of the cost or money being spent are on our retirees, is that because there are a decrease of employees? Are we not replacing our exiting employees with new union jobs other than a contract position? So if we were to hire more employees to put into this to build the base back up, would that be a solution or a start of a solution?
Yeah, I will tell you that there could certainly be something, a piece of this, of course, but I will tell you that that statement more so is the fact that you are just like all of our municipal clients, where retiree healthcare is extremely expensive, especially pre-Medicare retiree coverage. And for that reason, that's really the driver of cost, because we have to think about, again, utilization, age, et cetera. And ultimately, retirees are using more healthcare and are the real driver of cost. So if you have an active employee next to a retiree, definitively the retiree is more expensive on average. Okay. And so it's really more, that's the reason. And so not only do you have a lot of retirees, they also are very, very high expensive utilizers. And that's what drives the cost.
Thank you. That's all.
Councilmember Spitzley.
Thank you, Mr. President. So when we talk about the health advocate, it's AmWins, how were the retirees notified that that was who they should call first? Because I've gotten a lot of emails from retirees contacting Humana directly. So how are they supposed to know that they were supposed to, that AmWins was their health advocate that would negotiate?
Well, AmWins.
Tricia, sorry, you're having a little bit of an internet problem there. Try again, sorry. So you asked, how are they supposed to know how to contact AmWins?
Yeah, how are they supposed to know?
In the communications that were sent to the retirees, so whether they were pre-Medicare or Medicare, there was the specific phone numbers of the call centers or the call centers to assist them. With the Medicare folks in particular, the AmWins relationship has been set up for several years. So it was just a reminder that through this transition, AmWins is their go-to for questions. And that really wasn't a change from what they were doing before. Obviously, they always have the assistance of the HR department who is there to help. But even prior to this this retiree healthcare transition to Humana, they had the assistance of the Amwins program. So in the communications that were sent by the city, and also in the follow-up of the webinars, the educational webinars that were there, those phone numbers were provided to the members.
The educational webinars, so you provided in your letters to the retirees links for educational webinars, is that what you said?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
But in the initial letter, I believe too, Judy, we provided the Amwins phone numbers and the very initial information that went out to the retirees because we made sure that they had the current benefit information for the retirees. So for example, as I mentioned, the city currently has multiple variations of different combinations of medical plans with prescription drug plans. So not only for the pre-Medicare, but also the Medicare with Amwins, they have that current information. So if I was a retiree, I could call Amwins and they would have the information on my current plan and what it looks like today, and could speak to how I would be affected by the transition to Humana as of January 1st. And it was specifically set up that way because we wanted them to have that concierge type service so that they could have the comfort level through the transition.
Okay, thank you. The other thing, I got two more questions. The other thing, Mr. Clark, you declined to say, if you represent the financial health team, but who are you here representing tonight?
I've issued a legal opinion at the request of the city attorney, so.
That mean, what does that mean? I don't understand what that means.
I actually asked him to be here because of the questions that came up and the buzz that was out there about the council list and all that type of thing. And I thought, this is what we were going to do in closed session, just so we could talk freely and frankly about legal strategy. So anticipating some of these questions would come up, I asked him to appear.
Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, okay. Thank you for that. The other thing, I think it was for Mr. Vance, and you talked about waivers for some of the retirees, and depending on what their income level was.
Yes.
How is that? What's the income level? I think you said it was 22,000.
Yes, it's $25,520.
Okay, and how are we getting that information? The retirees have to provide that information to you, and how will you be fact checking that?
Yeah, that's going to the city's finance department. And please, Judy, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's going to the city's finance department, and the city will be requesting a tax return, just without all the personal information, just the financial element component. I think it's the first page that will include the household income. And it's only if someone wants to apply and thinks they may be eligible.
All right, thank you. And then my last thing is, two last things. The first thing is about the attorney list, and about someone being on the list or not on the approved attorneys list or whatever, and what is the role. I mean, Teresa Beeman's on the list, and Teresa's my girl, so don't get me wrong, but Teresa Beeman's on the list, and I don't think that she represents the city of Lansing. And so I think that whole statement about who's on the list and who can represent the city. Other thing I wanted, that we talked about different situations, and we mentioned Flint, and we also mentioned Detroit, but we're talking apples and oranges from the city of Lansing situation. Flint was taken over by an emergency manager. And so the city council and the mayors, they basically didn't have a choice of what they did. That was dictated to them. And the city of Detroit filed for bankruptcy and was also taken over and didn't have a choice on what to do. I don't think any of those situations are happening here. At least I hope they're not. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Spitzley. Mr. Smirka, then Councilmember Wood.
I think your internet connection broke up. Councilmember Spitzley in the middle.
It is, I'm
You were
sorry.
talking about the attorney list.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
the attorney list was created, I think I was the one that suggested this to council in the past years for the flexibility. And I reviewed that issue before we took the opinion from Mr. Martin. I was convinced that I was right. And I reviewed it again before this meeting because I heard stories about violating something or other. And I'm still of the same opinion. We did not hire him to represent the city of Lansing. We did not engage him to write that opinion. It was written for someone else. And I want to repeat, I did that under attorney-client privilege so that I could share that plus our independent research with the city council in the meeting that was scheduled 2 weeks ago. There was nothing that was not transparent in this whole process as far as we're trying to protect the city from lawsuits and from arbitration. And I mean, that's basically it.
And I get that. I get that, Jim. I understand 100% what you're saying. My point is that we have attorneys on this list that aren't representing the city of Lansing either. So why we would not have him on the list when we have other attorneys on the list that don't represent it is a question for me. We either have a list or we don't have a list.
Okay.
So, and then the second thing about this document, I still believe if it's out in the public domain, this letter that he wrote for somebody else, then how can that document be a privileged document? I don't understand that.
It was until it was made public. This was a discussion we had at city council when the closed session was scheduled. It was supposed to be attorney-client privilege, and Mr. Spatafor actually mentioned that the privilege was not waived for that document. Somehow it ended up in the public.
Yeah, I mentioned that. I mentioned that only the subject matter of the document.
Right. Yeah.
Not the document.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Wood, and then Councilmember Wood.
I have one statement and then a question to Mr. Smirka. One, I know that during the public comment, there were a lot of retirees that thanked me for the work I've done. I want to reiterate that all of council has been very supportive of the retirees in this situation. They were the ones, not myself alone, but they were the ones that voted to make sure that we were doing this in open session. So I want to thank all of my colleagues for being involved in this matter and for taking this so seriously and trying to get the information brought forward. Mr. Smirka, one of the things I had asked early on when this started was for your city attorney opinion on the legality of this. Are you saying that the letter that we have before us is your opinion of the legality of this, or are you still writing an opinion? Mr. Smirka, you're on mute.
When I addressed Ways and Means Committee, I believe a number of times, I indicated that it was not an easy answer. You couldn't have one answer that would solve all. We had the Konzerski case that came down, and it would have to be an analysis on a union contract by union contract. So I did mention that to the Ways and Means Committee. We will have an opinion for you.
So this is not.
This was right.
So are you saying this is not your legal opinion?
No, it's going to be part and parcel. It's just a resource that we're going to use to issue a legal opinion.
And when can we expect the opinion?
I mean, we're running into the holidays. Let's see. Within 2 weeks.
Within 2 weeks. All right, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I want to thank the folks that were here presenting for their time and the information and the work that went into it. Ms. Keeler, I see you've unmuted. Is there anything you wanted to say before
I did want, if you don't mind, yeah, I did want to thank Manquin Vance and John Clark for coming, but you know, I know that this is awkward, but Manquin Vance has really tried to provide information so that we can explain things. So I wanted to make that point and to thank them and to thank council for being engaged.
Thank you very much, Ms. Keeler. Appreciate that. Manquin Vance, thank you for your time. Mr. Tate, thank you. I think I've got everybody. City attorneys, Mr. Clark, thank you. So it is 9:26. That concludes the business before our committee of the whole, which started at 5. For those of you keeping track at home, we will start city council in a few minutes. Let's give ourselves a 5-minute break real quick, and we'll come back at 9:32.